Test 1, 2.
Okay, we're going to resume the meeting. Just to reiterate, we just finished the vote on the consent calendar. The consent calendar passed 5-0, and we're moving on to item 6. Item 6 is the proclamation recognizing Chief Denton Carlson upon his retirement. All right, Chief. It's kind of a sad day for all of us, but here we go. This is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of San Ramon, recognizing Police Chief Denton Carlson for his service to the City of San Ramon. Whereas Chief Carlson began his law enforcement career in 1998 as a deputy sheriff with the Contra Costa County Sheriff's Department, where he worked in custody services and patrol services. In 2002, Chief Carlson was selected to work as a police officer in the contract city of San Ramon, where he was assigned to the Patrol Division, Investigations Division, and served as a member of the Sheriff's Department SWAT team. And whereas in 2007, the City of San Ramon transitioned to its own police department and hired Chief Carlson as one of the 56 original sworn officers who started with the police department. Chief Carlson's roles included patrol officer, corporal, detective, and SWAT team member. And whereas Chief Carlson was promoted to the rank of sergeant in 2012 and was assigned as a patrol supervisor, professional standards and training division supervisor, sniper team leader for the newly formed multi-agency regional Central County SWAT team, and firearms training program coordinator. In 2014, Chief Carlson was promoted to the rank of lieutenant. During his tenure as lieutenant, Chief Carlson held the positions of Patrol Division Watch Commander and Central County SWAT Commander. And whereas in 2015, Chief Carlson developed the department's Community Resource and Crime Prevention Division, implementing social media outreach and public safety emergency communications platforms. He also served as the public information officer and liaison to the San Ramon Valley School District. In 2017, Chief Carlson was promoted to the rank of captain, and his assignments included both Operations Bureau Commander and Administrative Services Commander. Chief Carlson was also the city's Director of Emergency Management from 2015 to 2022. And whereas in 2022, Chief Carlson was selected to serve as the 5th police chief in the San Ramon Police Department's history. During Chief Carlson's tenure, he emphasized professionalism, internal culture, public engagement, and building trust between the department and the community. Chief Carlson demonstrated this through his engagement in various community-based organizations and his service on the board of directors for the San Ramon Chamber of Commerce and the Contra Costa Family Justice Center. Chief Carlson also served as an executive committee member on the board of directors of the California Police Chiefs Association, contributing to the greater law enforcement community and enhancing public safety initiatives throughout the state of California. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of San Ramon does hereby recognize and congratulate Chief Denton Carlson for his service and commitment to the quality of life in the City of San Ramon and wishes him well in his retirement. All right. I'm going to do the presentation first. Congratulations. And yeah, we'll do a picture. All right. I think we've got some out. I'll get the rest of the council down here too. All right. Yeah, show the group. There we go.
Got it. Yeah. You do both? There you go.
That's great. All right, let's get a picture for the council here. Yeah. Okay. All right, chief, I kind of knocked. Oh, wait,
Sorry, I'm here. Could you take one members upside down?
That's your great check.
Falling apart here.
Thank you for noticing that. I'll be on the bloopers.
All right. We should do the.
It's up to chief, however.
Come on, man, come on.
Come on, guys. Come on up. We'll get a picture. We got a minute.
Make it like that, Carlson shoot t-shirt. Or stickers. Or stickers. You didn't print those stickers, did you?
All right, we started to probably back up a little bit.
Like you want to stand in the front. Jump up.
Usually I have, but we can all print. Apologize.
All right. All right. Chief, we're gonna give you a chance to say a few words, then we're gonna have some members of the public say some comments too.
Well, Mayor and council members, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. You all know I don't avoid the spotlight very much. I have no problem being up in front. But what does make me very uncomfortable is when the spotlight's on me. I love being up in front. I love talking to people about the San Ramon Police Department. The people that you see in the back here, everybody that's out there driving the cars, working in the investigations division, doing traffic, our administrative staff. I could sit up here and talk to you all day long, all night long about the amazing work that they do. I told people countless times that I have the best job in the world. And it's because of the people that make up the San Ramon Police Department. And that's what made serving in this role really incredible, is who they are, seeing what they do, all the things that nobody knows about, that nobody hears about, and knowing that they're there consistently, professionally, and doing unbelievable work every day. I never went to sleep at night with 1 ounce of worry that anyone in our organization was going to do something malicious, was going to do something illegal, or was going to do anything like that. That was never a concern for me. We make mistakes. We all do. I did. Mistakes happen. But I always knew that no one in the department was ever going to be doing anything malicious in nature. And for me, in this role, it was such a comfort knowing that even though I may be up in front talking, or the spotlight may be on me, that it was all of the people in the organization that made it incredible and continue to make it incredible. And I'll tell you tonight that one of the things I'm most excited for, and one of the things that is making this transition for me after 27 years of public service, is knowing that the future for the San Ramon Police Department is unbelievably bright. The leadership team, and everyone in the organization from top to bottom really reflects that culture that we've worked so incredibly hard to build. I cannot wait to watch from a distance and see everything that Becky is going to accomplish. she is just going to be phenomenal as your next chief of police. And it really does make walking away from this career and transitioning into the next chapter so much easier, knowing that the department is in unbelievable hands, and that the people are just striving to hit that level of professionalism and take that culture that we have inside just to the next level. And it's really exciting to think about the future. But I want to say thank you so much for your support over the years. It's a luxury that not a lot of chiefs have. And knowing that you supported who we are as an organization and what we do as an organization and how we approach policing was a luxury to have. And so thank you for that. We know it's a tightrope, and we know that there are certain things that may happen that no matter what we do, it may be ugly to watch, and there may be outcry because we have to do something that's ugly to watch. But knowing that you have a great understanding of who we are and the people that make up our organization makes a huge difference. So thank you for your support. I appreciate it. And I also wanted to say thank you to the community. The San Ramon community, I think we've created a pretty phenomenal relationship between our organization and the community we serve, with our communication, with our transparency, with the outreach, and the way we do everything we can to connect with the community. So knowing that that community support is there, knowing that the city council support is there, knowing that the city manager support is there. You often, in the chief world, you talk about being on that three-legged stool. And those are the three parts of that stool. And if you can have them all, you're in a great position. If you have one that's a little short, you might be able to make it work. But knowing that those three foundations of making the organization great are in place makes it a lot easier, and it makes it a fun job. So thank you for your support. Thank you for the recognition this evening. And I can't wait for the future of the San Ramon Police Department. It's in good hands. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Chief, I think we got some other folks that want to say something here. Let me first call on Supervisor Candace Anderson, our District 2 County Supervisor.
Well, Denton, or Chief, you're still Chief right now. I do want to thank you, and it was really important for me to be here this evening to personally thank you for your leadership. I first really got to know Denton, probably it was 2015 when you started doing more of the emergency services, because I've had the privilege of sitting on the Citizen Core Council for many, many years, which is where we in the Valley are preparing for disasters. And I remember sitting there and thinking, who is this guy? He's very tech savvy. He's fully embraced Nixle. He's fully working on getting the radio working on the freeway so that we can turn on our AM radios in a disaster. He's coordinating with the counties, coordinating with the town. And I just was so impressed. And then as you rose to police while we were still, police chief, as we were still in the pandemic, still dealing with a lot of civil unrest, a lot of challenges within our community, and the respect in which you showed and demonstrated to the people of San Ramon, the people from outside of San Ramon who were coming to express their free speech, to, in some cases, protest. Your calm demeanor, your willingness to listen, sort of the open door policy that was so clear was so important. And then a year ago, when we started talking about the Family Justice Center, and your enthusiasm, your willingness to say, I'll do it in my police department. I'll give you all this space, and opening up to hold community meetings. And it wasn't just that you saw, hey, a Family Justice Center would be kind of cool to have here in the San Ramon Valley, but it was because you knew, as chief, that we do have interpersonal violence is a serious issue that confronts the city of San Ramon, the town of Danville, and we as a community need to do something about it. So your leadership has been phenomenal. I'm looking forward to seeing what you do next, and hopefully staying here in the San Ramon area. But I want to present this proclamation to you, and I will not read it. You did such a nice job reading yours. I'm not going to read this one, but thank you, and I'd like to present it to you. And here you go, and I'm going to, oh, good, a photographer.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. And next I'd like to call on Donna Brown from Assemblymember Rebecca Bauercan's office.
Good evening. I'm Donna Brown. I'm a proud San Ramon resident, and I'm here representing Assemblymember Rebecca Bauer-Cahan, as well as Senator Tim Grayson tonight. I also am not going to read through my entire proclamation, but I just wanted to share a few things. That your retirement, as you well know, culminates a distinguished 27-year career in law enforcement, including more than 2 decades of dedicated service to the city of San Ramon, and concluding with your tenure as the city's chief. Chief Carlson's dedication to community engagement, operational readiness, and transparent public safety communication earned him recognition as the San Ramon Chamber of Commerce's 2016 Employee of the Year. His commitment to collaborative public safety is further reflected in his support of the San Ramon Valley Fire Protection District's Behavioral Health Firefighter First Response Program, which has significantly enhanced the response to mental health crises within our community. In addition to law enforcement, Chief Carlson has contributed to the advancement of future public safety leaders as a faculty member of the University of San Diego's Master of Science Law Enforcement and Public Safety Leadership Program, and he further supports community well-being through his service on the board of directors of the San Ramon Chamber of Commerce and the Contra Costa Family Justice Center. Your distinguished record of service, leadership, and community engagement has left a lasting and positive impact on the city of San Ramon, and your contributions will continue to benefit the community for many years to come. On behalf of Assembly District 16 and Senate District 9, thank you very much for your service. Good luck and congratulations in your retirement. I hope your retirement doesn't mean that we're not going to see you as much, but thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Donna. Next, I'd like to call on Danielle Cook she's the president and CEO of the San Ramon Chamber of Commerce.
So I actually had something prepared, but I think everything's already been said. And when we were planning our business and community awards this year, and we knew that this was your year to retire and all of your service to our business community, as well as the families, the schools, we just felt like we needed to do something special to recognize you. And because you've already gotten Employee of the Year, we decided as a team that we needed to create an award just to recognize your legacy of service. So this is the new Legacy of Service Award that the Chamber of Commerce has created just for you, thanking you for your service and for taking care of the businesses in our community.
All right. All right, thank you, Danielle. Who else do we have? Any other members of the public wish to speak? Greg Carr.
Greg Carr, San Ramon resident. Been in this town long enough to have known all the police chiefs. Bunch of good people. But when I started coming here in the past few years, I'd go by a guy named Denton Carlson. I'd say hi, shook his hand. To me, shaking a man's hand tells you a lot about the man. And it's not for the sleight of hand people. I just want to thank you on behalf of Joyce. He forced me to get up here and be nice. And we appreciate it. And staying on top of things, just got a good attitude. It's my pleasure to have been here while you've been our police chief.
Thank you, Chris. Any other members of the public? Any members of the staff or San Ramon Police Department? Okay, seeing none, Chief, I'll give you a rebuttal opportunity here.
No, I'll and just say thank you. I probably talked too long earlier, but it means a lot. You know, the kind words and the people that are here and the recognition. It does mean a great deal to me, and so thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you, Chief. All right, we do have some members of the council that wants to say something. Let me start down at this end. Councilmember Zweinet.
I just have a suspicion that when Captain Chestnut comes in, you're going to be here for the first time, just putting your public comment card in, saying things, just to give her a hard time. But no, the first thing I remember at the chief was when I attended the police academy, I saw him hand out his business cards, and I thought to myself, I said, "Wow, this is a real leader, a real gentleman who really does have an open door policy, and his real numbers on it too. It's just not popcorn. Remember that popcorn number you used to dial to give you the time and day, but it was a real number, and so I always appreciated that about you. I sitting here for the year on council, I watching back the videos and trying to find my footing. I watched some of the videos where you were trying to handle the budget, and it was not an easy task. And so I learned a lot from that. I learned a lot about this role from your leadership up there, and so it did take a toll and an effect on me. So I really appreciate that, and I wanted to thank you for all your years of service. And as a resident of San Ramon for 10 years myself, if I could just look at the community and our officers in uniform who serve, you could always judge our officers and the quality of the community by its leader. And I'm proud that and have utmost respect for our officers in uniform. So and thank you, Chief. Thank you for everything you do, and I wish you the best. And I'm sure we'll see you around. So and thank you so much, and have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Thank you.
All right, over to Councilmember Adler.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here to thank you for your service, Chief. And I think one of the reasons you still look youthful is that you are able to sleep at night, and that's partly because of the people you put underneath that you can rely on that serve our community so well. And you can tell a lot about a community just by the people within it, how they operate. And I've just always enjoyed your promptness when there's a question. You keep us informed on the Hellier jewelry incident. You were right on top of it, let us know. But you're always very stable, down to earth, and that's the kind of leader that we need, unflappable. And I just want to thank you for what you've done over the last, almost 30 years. And the crime prevention program and family justice center, all the things that you're responsible for. You've reached this point in your life. You're still young as far as I'm concerned. And yet you've just done some great things for our community. You've got to be proud. We're all proud of you and just glad, and we wish you the best in the next phase of your life. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Rubio.
Thank you. First, what can I say? I remember the first time we sat down for coffee when I was first elected 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And I thought to myself after I left, I said, this guy can't be real. This is like the chief you dream of having. And I said to myself, well, we'll wait and see. Let's see how things go. And all I can say is that ever since then, you have just not failed us. You've always been on top of things, made sure we were aware of what's going on and what you're doing. And I'm just incredibly in awe and grateful for all of the work that you've done over the years. You've kept San Ramon safe year in, year out. And that is, not many people can say that in your position. And it speaks a lot to your commitment and dedication. And I also have to say, another time I was just shocked. I was like, oh, he definitely was. When we talked about mental health for our officers, and we talked about physical fitness, and you were telling me all the things you do within the police department to make sure that your staff, everybody is healthy and well. And sure enough, I remember running the 10K and I see you and the fellow officers just passing me by like nothing. But you were true to your word is what I'm saying. And that you have always had such high integrity. And that means a lot to me that we could count on you. But I know, you have, you're moving on to, different, endeavors in life, and we all have to. at some point, and I know you've left us in really great hands with incoming Chief Becky Chestnut. And so, and it's just a testament again to your creative, innovative, solutions-oriented approach that has served us so well. You're leaving us with our first woman chief here in San Ramon. And I just thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Congratulations, Chief, on your retirement. Your leadership is definitely very inspiring. You know, there are a lot of chiefs throughout the nation, but then not all are leaders, right? One of the reason I attribute you as best leader is because the culture that you developed. It's not about you created something and you just left it, but the culture, that the foundation that you gave for our police department is going to continue your legacy. So thanks for doing that, because that's take a lot of commitment and dedication, more than the job. Frank, that's my at least my thought process says that's how it works. And also, apart from all the things that you already mentioned about you working, thanks for your contributions for San Ramon Valley Diversity Coalition, working with us on making sure that this coalition work together and work on the real issues, real world issues, rather than just creating some random issues. So thanks for being there. Thanks for being there for MLK Day every time. I hope you'll still continue to join us. So that's one of the Tri-Valley event that you join always and help us in having successful event. Also appreciate you joining us along with Council Member Rubio when we went for our Ask Me Anything meetings. You know, every time when I was seeing the neighborhood meetings and if the chief is there, I'm like, oh my God, okay, we are like in very good hands. So thanks, appreciate all your support and your feedback to our residents and providing them the tips and safety tips and all those, being there in person. So you're one of the most popular person within our San Ramon City for sure. And thanks for being there for our national night outs and you know, all the great work that you did. You served our community very well. Once again, congratulations on your retirement. Wish you all the best with your future endeavors.
And I too want to extend my thanks and thank you for your 27 years of service, two decades of service to the San Ramon community. You know, you're truly a great communicator. There's only one other guy I know that's ever been called the great communicator. That was Ronald Reagan. So you're in fine company there. But you know, you know the right time to weigh in on an issue. You monitor kind of what the public sentiment is, and you have the right timing to say the right things to let the public know what's going on and provide facts as to what the situation is. And you did create a great atmosphere of trust, of respect, and just a feeling of support for the San Ramon Police Department. And that was very intentional, I know, on your part. You've hired a great team over the years. Many of those members of the police department are here tonight. And as the Vice Mayor said, you created a unique culture of the San Ramon Police Department, different from a lot of the different other police departments around the Bay Area. And I think you can be rightly proud of that. I think we're all looking forward to Captain Chestnut coming in and taking over the reins. But we definitely want to say thank you to you, and we wish you the best continued success. And I know we're going to see you around. Looking forward to hearing the great things that you're going to do to continue to support our community. So thank you, Chief.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And there's one other order of business, and I'd like to ask permission from the city manager to take some leave, a personal leave from this moment on, and hand the reins over to Becky in an acting chief role. So with his permission, I'd like to start some leave right now.
All right.
I want to say denied, but no,
I will defer to your
permission
Right.
granted.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. All right. I think we have no deferred consent items, no unfinished business. We're on to new business. We've got item 9.1, San Ramon Chamber of Commerce Annual Report. So it's that time. We'll call back up Danielle Cook, the President CEO of the Chamber of Commerce for San Ramon.
Good evening, everybody. First, I'd just like to say thank you so much for inviting me to come and give this annual update tonight. It was almost exactly 1 year ago that you were receiving an annual update, and I was introduced as the new CEO. So it's kind of exciting where we've come, how far we've come, actually. So I want this presentation to be interactive. Please, if you have any questions about anything that we're discussing, any of our initiatives and plans for 2026, feel free to interrupt me and ask. So people do business with people they know and trust. And I feel like that's where the San Ramon Chamber of Commerce has our strength. We provide our members with opportunities to connect and build trust by demonstrating that their businesses are dedicated members of this community. We take great pride in providing support services and value to our members whose financial support and engagement actually make everything we do possible. We are a member-based nonprofit organization operating as a 501c6 with members ranging from independent contractors and small businesses to major corporations located in the Tri-Valley. The Chamber of Commerce is a partner for growth. In September of 2024, the Association of Chamber Commerce Executives conducted a Gallup public opinion poll on the impact and value of the Chamber of Commerce. And I found a lot of these, there was more results than this, but I thought these were particularly fascinating, especially the fact that chambers are trusted. And 81% of US adults agree that their local chamber is a trusted resource and partner for business. 90% feel that their local chamber has an impact on growing the local economy. So I've worked with a lot of companies in my career. I've worked with a lot of executives, but I have never imagined that I would have the opportunity to collaborate with the fantastic team that I have that includes leaders from across our valley who work together with one goal in mind, and that's to help our local businesses prosper and our community thrive. And just to prove how amazing my team is, we have 8, actually 9, including Denton, of our Chamber of Commerce leaders here tonight in the audience to support me. We have Robert Downham, Shannon Quilty, Mary Hansen, Scott Cole, Peter Niles, Wajiha Khan, Captain Becky Chestnut, Karen Robman. And I'm incredibly thankful for this team. There's some really great people who care about our businesses in San Ramon. We also have a couple of interns from Cal High iQuest program that are amazing, and you're going to see some fun things from them next semester. So some of our key accomplishments this year. This happened to be our mixer that we held last June in combined with the Danville Chamber of Commerce. It was one of the highest attended mixers that we have had, both chambers have had this year. So we represent nearly 300 members, including small and large businesses, nonprofit organizations, individual entrepreneurs who collectively employ almost 12,000 people. August of 2020 was the last time we exceeded 280 members. We have a 16.3% increase year over year and a retention rate of 79%. A few people have to retire every now and then, and I accept that. But we are determined to grow even stronger in the coming years.
So what is that? Sorry, what is that employees represented?
I'm sorry?
Go back.
Let's go back.
The last one, employees.
It's represented. So I was able to gather this number, and I'm sorry, I know I'm a marketing person, so I like my numbers. Employees represented. So when we took all of our member dues are based on number of employees at a company. So we can calculate based on who the companies are and how many employee representatives they have registered and how large those companies are, approximate number of employees represented by the members of our chamber.
So, and before we move on,
Well.
just on this part, the membership part, is the membership rates, are they structured differently for small business versus nonprofits, or is it just sort of one
Yes.
membership fee for everybody?
No, it is a sliding scale.
Okay.
And so with independent consultants and home-based businesses are at the lowest price of membership dues. And we also have our nonprofits at a special low price. And then it goes up from 1 to 5 businesses, and up to 5,000 employees.
Okay, all right, thanks. That's quite an accomplishment, all those new members.
So to that point, I actually have some demographics to also share with you. So you'll see that the majority of our members are those small and home-based businesses. If 1 to 5 employees are the small businesses in San Ramon that we really feel like we need to implement programs to support. Our business categories have quite a range that represent almost every business in the San Ramon Valley. And we do have signature events. Our signature events are opportunities for our members to actually showcase their services to the community and support economic development in San Ramon. Our business expos also include educational workshops. This past year, we had a workshop on AI that was highly attended. We also have our Hootenanny and the Wine and Dine. The Hootenanny was a fun opportunity to highlight our beautiful farm. And in 2026, I'm excited to share that the Hootenanny is also going to be a nonprofit and volunteer expo. We already have that date set with the farm. It's going to be in May. The Wine and Dine was a huge success. I know many of you attended. Thank you so much. It is truly one of those things where if you build it, they will come. And we are already creating a list of restaurants who are interested in participating next year. But we really wanted to bring this event back because we felt it was on hiatus since the pandemic, and it's just time to bring more attention to all of the restaurants in our valley and give them the opportunity to let everybody have their best bite and their best sip before the holidays so that you would know where to go and make your reservations. We also have our city and community events. To celebrate the connections in our community, we've partnered with all of you. Our State of the City address was well attended last March with over 150 attendees. State of the County was in July, and coming up next week, we have our Business and Community Awards. And none of these events would be possible without our sponsors. Although the Chamber in the San Ramon community has lost the Chevron headquarters and significant sponsorship funds, we've actively sought new sponsors to support our programs, and we have found some really great partners, including the 3 major hospitals operating in the San Ramon Valley. I'm also proud to mention that all 3 hospitals now have representatives on our board of directors. We're looking forward to growing these partnerships in 2026 and look forward to finding a few more logos to add to this slide. Our primary day-to-day tasks are our business development initiatives. We have a belief that the health of the business community and the health of the larger community in which it lives are very closely linked. So we provide events for our businesses to interact with our community members. We have our Third Thursday mixers where businesses can socialize and build connections in a relaxed atmosphere. We have our business referral network groups. We now have 2 that meet twice a month. And they generate new business through meaningful connections and giving each other leads. We have our Fourth Friday roundtables that are free for all community members to attend, and we encourage. We have our ribbon cutting ceremonies for businesses to celebrate milestones in their business growth, and we greatly appreciate your support. You have attended many of these, And I can tell you that it means a lot to our members, especially the small businesses, to have you show up. So we appreciate that and we thank you for your time. All together, we also have our events calendar, and we actually invite all of our members to add their events to our community calendar so that we can help publicize things that they're doing in the community as well. So in total, community events as well as chamber events, we had 226 events on our calendar this year. And when I checked out how many clicks that page has gotten, that calendar has gotten over 100,000 clicks and page views. So that tells me that people in the community are interested in what we're doing and they want to participate and they want to get to know our businesses, and we want to make that happen. So we're going to continue these initiatives and think of a few more in the future. Our advocacy efforts. We have a public policy committee that monitors all local policies, ordinances, and initiatives and recommends chamber positions on issues affecting the San Ramon business community. There were 2 initiatives that the chamber actually took positions on this year. The first was California State Assembly Bill AB 470. We endorsed the Modernizing Telecommunications Law to ensure reliable, fast, and affordable communications. And then we also endorsed and supported the city's removal of the 25% cap on non-use of retail business space, on use of non-retail business space. Some other efforts that we're currently embarking on are our Holiday Shop and Stay Local campaign that we're doing in partnership with Discover San Ramon. And you're going to see some new posts coming up about Small Business Saturday, which is just right around the corner. We also have our Workforce Development Committee that fosters economic growth by addressing skills gaps in high-demand industries. We recently did a survey of all of our members to ask them where they felt their current candidates had not weaknesses, but some skill gaps. And we noted that 47% said that employers said that there were communication skills that needed improving, work ethic needed a little bit of improving, and critical thinking. So one of the things that our Workforce Development Committee is going to be doing in 2026 is collaborating with some of our other business leaders and partners in the community, East Bay EDA, the San Ramon Valley School District, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and the Small Business Administration to try to find some programs, some workshops, some lunch and learns that we can do that will help identify these skill gaps and hopefully improve them a little bit. We're also very proud of all of our partnerships with the city and the community. The chamber is a trusted presence among our members, and thanks to our close partnership with the city, we have been able to make that known. And these are just, I had so many photos that I could have put up here, but your support at our ribbon cuttings, at our open houses, at Fourth Friday roundtables, again, your support means so much to our community and to our businesses. And the fact that you show up at our events truly says a lot, and it actually gives us more credibility with our members as well. We really, really appreciate your support. So the chamber is also dedicated to building and strengthening our community. And our plan to champion economic development includes the pillars of attract, retain, and grow. This is something that we're going to be expanding on in 2026, but something that we've already started with the help of my interns. We requested and received a list of new businesses in San Ramon, people who've applied for their licenses. Our interns have been going through that list, researching contact information for those business owners. We are in the process of developing a marketing plan in partnership with San Francisco State University MBA students who Stephen was gracious enough to introduce me to their professor so that they could help us out. And they're going to help us create some new materials to showcase the chamber services to these new businesses. We're going to invite them to learn more about all of the city services and programs that are available, not just what the chamber does. And we're going to continue outreach with invitations to our Fourth Friday roundtables, networking events, business visits, and surveys to address their needs. We also want to build stronger partnerships and create more opportunities to collaborate with Discover San Ramon to attract, Bishop Ranch to attract and retain, and the city to help our local businesses grow. Collaborations are essential for economic development. And while tourism and corporate recruitment are the focus of Discover San Ramon and Bishop Ranch, the chamber adds significant brand advantage. And that's why our ongoing collaboration in 2026 is going to be a priority. So you may wonder, all of these programs, these initiatives, the committees, are they making a difference? Yes. On Instagram alone, our content has gained over 50,000 views and has reached over 6,000 accounts. That has increased 139% in the last 90 days alone. Granted, we've had some pretty fun events. We've had the Hootenanny, we've had the Wine and Dine, the awards are coming up, but these are numbers that we're incredibly proud of. On Facebook, our views are, come on, there we go. Our views are over 30,000. It's a 138% increase in the last 90 days, and engagement has increased over 200%. Our emails continue to have above average open rates, and our subscribers grow with every event that we have. Our online member directory has been referenced and searched over 6,000 times. So people do see the chamber as a resource and a trusted source of information when they're looking for businesses to do business with. We encourage all of our members to share their events and workshops on our community calendar. As I mentioned, if the event is free to attend, we will promote it for free. As for our nonprofit members, we'll also promote their events and services in our monthly newsletter, and we encourage people to share their events and flyers with us. We've promoted quite a few events this year. We've supported the Run for Education, the Tri-Valley Career Center Job Fair in October, the Tri-Valley Mayor's Summit, and we also recently went and volunteered at the Food Bank of Contra Costa County in Solano with the East Bay EDA. One of the things that we're also doing right now as part of our Shop Local and holiday campaign is we're encouraging donations of gift cards for our three foster nonprofit members. Fostering Wishes, Agape Village, and Set to Thrive. We're going to be collecting these gift cards at our awards dinner coming up and at our December mixer at the Marriott. So new ways that we are engaging with our members are through free and paid social media posts and feature membered listings in our monthly newsletter. We want to give our small businesses that opportunity to spotlight their business, even if they have a very small ad budget. We also have our member testimonials that we've been sharing in our ambassador spotlights, because I couldn't do any of this without any of them either. So looking ahead, we have some strategic goals for 2026 to continue increasing awareness of the chamber, gaining a few new sponsors, stronger advocacy initiatives. We have our new workforce development programs that are coming up, and we want to build some stronger relationships with the young professionals in the Valley. Our continued collaboration with the city are going to include our regular meetings, collaborative co-hosted events. We already have the date for State of the City next March. And our monthly roundtables and ribbon cuttings. Our economic development support will include joint efforts to attract and retain more businesses in San Ramon. Speaking of young professionals, we have a new program that we're very excited to be introducing in January. This is actually going to be a joint program that we're doing with the Danville Area Chamber. And we have two of the most amazing young professionals who are going to be co-chairs of this program. I'm taking a step back and I'm letting them run this. The guiding principle of Ignition is that energy breeds energy, and each event leaves members with momentum, clarity, and connection. There's going to be 2 events per month. One will be held in the Danville area, one will be held in the San Ramon area, and they're going to be evolving monthly themes. The members of the Young Professional Group actually don't even have to be members of the chamber. We want this group to be as welcoming as possible to the young professionals in our area. They'll include anyone from the ages of 21 to the young at heart who'd like to be mentors. We're going to be partnering with DVC as well. They have a wonderful young professional group, and we're just excited to watch this group grow and hopefully just expand and maybe bring us some new members in the future. So our planning for 2026 is, like I mentioned, well underway. We're going to be scheduling regular new member orientations. We have our State of the City. We're also going to be doing a spring and fall business expo next year. Our Hootenanny is going to be our nonprofit expo. And we also have our State of the County lunch with Candace Anderson scheduled for July. That is my presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Do we have questions from the council? You got a question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Danielle. I appreciate the presentation. It's a tough question I'm going to ask, but I'm curious because I'm always curious as far as of the businesses that do fail. Do we know why? The ones that were members of the Chamber of Commerce, do we understand why they didn't succeed in San Ramon?
I wouldn't say that we lost members because they.
No,
didn't
sorry.
succeed.
I'm not suggesting that you lost members. I'm sorry. Members that were businesses that fell out of business. They just, whatever, their business failed, not because they stopped becoming members of the Chamber of Commerce, but businesses that fail, that closed because of whatever reason. Do we understand from those members, hey,
What did they need?
what do they need? Why did they fail? Was there any feedback?
There was.
From- yeah.
Time. So when somebody chooses not to renew, we do follow-up calls with them to ask them, is there something else that we could have provided? Is there something else that you needed to continue being a member of the chamber? Unfortunately, most of the reasons that we get are either they've retired, they've sold their business, and the new owner isn't interested in continuing. They don't have time to participate in the chamber events, or unfortunately, chamber dues were cut from their budget.
Sorry. Thank you. What I meant to ask was, I own a store. I sell Twinkies. My store shuts down because of economic downturn. I'm a member of your Chamber of Commerce. Do we know why I failed? I mean, do you talk to the business owner as far as like why the business actually failed in San Ramon? Do we know that much, or do we have any data to show why they didn't?
I haven't
Do one.
spoken with anybody specifically in the
Okay.
last year, but it's absolutely questions that we would want to ask, and that would be something for our Public Policy Committee to try to look into, or our Workforce Development Committee to see if there's something else that we could have done. Education on managing budgets, how to better do accounting, how to better do inventory. We're open to talking to all of them, but I haven't specifically been given any examples.
Yeah, those are I think key points to touch on, especially with businesses that don't make it, because at networking events or events, I think these are add-ons that we contribute to business owners and owners in general as to, hey, here's what we learned.
I agree.
And if you're in this vertical, let's say you're in the clothing vertical and you don't make it, well, here's what we learned from this other businesses, why they didn't make it. I think that would be something of, I think a value add to the community and to the services that you provide, which you offer very well services. They're very well attended. I don't doubt it, but this is something I think that probably would be good, especially in this era.
I think that's a fabulous suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for all your work. Thank you, Danielle.
Councilmember Rubio.
First and foremost, thank you for that comprehensive and exhaustive presentation. A lot of good things to look forward to. I just want to say I love the Young Interns, Young Professionals program. fabulous, especially as we start to plan. We're creating housing that will be more affordable for young people. It's important to have their perspective of the kind of businesses they're looking for. I'm sure it's not the same ones we're shopping at. So there's things that are going to be very distinctly of interest to them and their age group. So I think that's a fantastic idea. Speaking of businesses, actually, what I've noticed in the businesses that have closed, and I will just say very briefly, is that many times it's been something, say like Starbucks. Starbucks, they closed 100 stores, it wasn't just here. On Nob Hill, same thing happened. There were many stores they closed, not just here. But one thing I do want to congratulate you is that we actually have gotten 2 new restaurants that I know of, and probably more, maybe more, at Marketplace. And they're already the Taqueria, and then there's the other Indian cuisine restaurant that's open there. So really wonderful businesses are still interested in, they're still coming in, and that's a testament to the work that the Chamber and Discover San Ramon are both doing, and that's important. And that relationship is extremely important to make sure to continue to support each other. So congratulations on that. Thank you for that work. And also just, what you're doing in terms of philanthropic efforts, when you talk about fostering wishes, I am very well, I work closely with that nonprofit and just these other 2 profit nonprofits that you mentioned, supporting those entities are so important. I think oftentimes we get stuck sort of in the mechanics of things, but it's really important to center ourselves again and remember that, humanity and compassion are still at the heart of everything we do, and that should never be forgotten. So thank you for supporting those nonprofits.
Our members, we have 41% of our members are in that nonprofit category. So creating programs specifically for them is really important.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for all of those. Just thinking outside the box, thinking about the different sectors that exist and how, and just making sure that they're not forgotten and supporting them in that process. And, just make sure, we will continue to support you at those ribbon cutting events. Just keep letting us know and we'll be there. But thank you you've done a fantastic job in your first year here. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Any questions? Councilmember Adler?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Danielle. I just was curious as a follow-up regarding the change in the 25% cap on the non-retail. Have you seen any difference in the number of businesses coming in, or has that made any difference that's notable since that policy changed?
It's nothing that I have noticed specifically at the chamber. However, being able to work and do the research on that non-retail policy change actually helped us develop better relationships with some of our shopping centers in the area. Federal Realty rejoined the chamber. We have a good relationship with the Crow Canyon Shopping Center. They're helping participate in our Small Business Saturday and our Shop Local campaigns. They distributed a lot of our information to their tenants, members and non-members, because we just want to make sure that people keep that in mind. Shop local for the holidays. It's important.
Great. Thanks. Keep up the good work.
All right. Vice Mayor Burrows.
Thanks, Daniel, for presentation, and thanks for your leadership, for making our Chamber of Commerce vibrant body. From the past 3 years, it shifted from being such a dormant to much more rejuvenated and always being in the business community. So thanks for that. So my question is, normally whenever I talk to any business, when I tell them, hey, why don't you join San Ramon Chamber of Commerce? The first question they ask me is like, can you list out what I get out of when I join Chamber of Commerce? So I know you already presented all the things that like mixture and all the things that they get. Is there any cheat sheet or something that we can point them to say that these are the things that you can get it? Do we have something like that?
We do. We actually have a brochure with the top 10 reasons for joining the chamber. I'm happy to bring some down and have them somewhere at the city for you to distribute. But I think when people ask, why should I join the chamber? I go back to the statement that I had on my first slide. People do business with people they know. And that is one of the main reasons for joining the chamber, to do those networking events, to show up at Fourth Friday roundtables, to learn more about our community and connect with each other, find your partners in the community that you can work with. It's one of the things that we refer to all the time in our business referral network groups is who's your power partner and how are you going to find them? And so I feel like that's primarily one of my main jobs is helping our businesses find their power partners to be more successful.
That sounds awesome. But by the time we finish the second sentence, that guy will disappear. So is it like if we can put something like a cheat sheet on website so that we can point them, hey, this is a place where you can get all this list, or I can open it and I can tell them, okay, this is all the list that you can get. So that way,
Send it to you.
that will be great. And have it on your website. That helps big time. We can always point them, hey, go to this page and you can get the information.
I'll make sure that
Yeah.
that's easier to find.
My second question is regarding our city permitting process, especially for small businesses. I think we are, how you rate us in comparison with our neighboring cities? Like, do you have any?
I don't know if I can do a comparison.
Robert putting his hand like that. So what I'm asking is how is our small business permit process in comparison with our neighboring Tri-Valley cities? Is it really good, or is there any improvements that we need to do?
I think that's really hard to say because all of the neighboring chambers, we have very different member communities. San Ramon has a big mix of small business and corporate companies. Danville is a lot of restaurants and boutiques. Dublin is a lot of corporate customers. Pleasanton and Livermore are wineries. So it's kind of hard to say how we compare against other chambers.
Oh, sorry, I'm not asking comparison for the chambers, but I'm asking about the permit process of our city. Is like, do you get any feedback from these small businesses about our permit process? Like, hey, the city is so easy that we just submitted our application, we got our permit, something like that. Do you get any feedback like that from small businesses?
I have received a little bit of feedback. Unfortunately, it wasn't that it was an easy process. It was that it was a very difficult process and that they had difficulty with their difficulty with their permit. They were a med spa and they were having difficulty getting their permits approved. So I know that it is an issue. It's nothing that the chamber can really address, but it's something that I'm happy to bring to your attention when I hear about it.
Oh, yeah. See, we are working in collaboration with your chamber as well as we want to make sure we have a thriving small business, right? So that's why we want to get the feedback. If they have some challenges, then we want to know what went good, what went bad, right? So that we can improve our permitting process. So your partnership in that area will definitely help us big time.
Okay.
So that we can smoothen the process and bring more small businesses. That's the goal, right? End of the day, small, big, all kind of businesses. So if you can get us the feedback, that will be awesome.
I will.
Yeah.
Thank you. Happy
And
to do that.
yeah. And once again, thanks for participating in non-retail advocacy, that whole appeal. So
Mhm.
thanks for that. So one question I have around that is not specifically around that, but is there anything that we need to focus on specific businesses in San Ramon that we are like, let's say, for example, as you said, there are like Dublin got a lot of car dealerships and all that. Do you think geographically what you see envision San Ramon, is there any specific businesses we should be focusing to bring them here?
I think geographically and the plans for our core city center area and the development that we're going to be doing is going to be incredibly welcoming. And that again is one of those areas where I would love to work a little bit more with Discover San Ramon and Bishop Ranch as far as forging those relationships and those partnerships and attracting those new businesses. I know all of the areas that I've seen that are in the development process are going to be welcoming to small businesses, to restaurants, to financial services offices. I think all of those businesses are going to be welcome. I don't know if there's one that we need more than another. But I think that, just working together as much as we can, collaborating to attract more is the best we can do.
Sounds good. And my last question regarding, you have 41 nonprofit organizations. You mentioned 41% or 41? 40.
It was 41.
41, amazing, yeah. So, San Ramon is well known for a lot of nonprofit organizations, especially we have a great sports as well as technology nonprofits. If they want to reach out to you to work with you, do they need to become a member first and then only you will work with them? Or is that they can reach out to you and then they can start working with you and then they can figure out about membership, how it works? I just want to understand the process.
My phone rings all day, every day, and I will take all of those calls and I will talk to anybody who has a question and wants advice. I'm happy to provide that for free. They do not need to be a member. All of our events are open to non-members, or we actually refer to them as future members. So if you want to attend one of our business expos, there's a member price and there's a non-member price. So we're open to everybody. Anybody can come and attend our events, the networking mixers, the expos. You don't have to be a member to come and learn more about the chamber and to make those business connections.
Awesome. So they can just call you,
Yep.
go to website, get your number, and they can call you and then they can connect with you.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you. Those are my questions. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for the comprehensive presentation. I'd be interested to know if the business community sees a change now that we've updated our zoning ordinance, because we were talking about the permitting fees, but part of that was also to take a look at our land use tables. And a lot of the business owners and potential new business owners had expressed concern about it's tough to get through the use permit process and everything else. So this particular land use either prohibits my business or it requires a use permit and that sort of thing. So a lot of those are now more permissible or don't require the whole use permit process, might be administratively approved. And what that we're hoping will do is to reduce some of the processing times from what might have been, a month to 6 weeks of processing time for a permit down to maybe about a week for approval, and as well as reduce the cost of that permitting process by thousands of dollars. So be interesting to see in the year ahead if we see some positive impact because of that. But
Absolutely. And honestly, I think that would be something that would be wonderful to include in one of our January newsletters. Please share information with me. I'm happy to collaborate and share other information from the city that is specifically relevant to some of our businesses. Exactly that. I would love to include that in our newsletter and make sure that our members know about it.
yeah, I think we can get some to you on that. I may not have stated it 100% correctly, but I think we can get you some information on that to be helpful.
That would be great.
So the only question I had was really about, it might be workforce development or it might be training, I'm not sure, but and some of that partnership or working with the community colleges and things like that, is there also an emphasis on vocational training or training in the trades and things like that? Or is it just kind of the typical brick and mortar kind of mom and pop?
No, when we did our survey, we surveyed all members and our members range. We have everyone from Mr. Handyman to Robert Half as members. And so the responses that we got were across all trades. And I don't think it really matters what trade you're in. If you need help with your communication skills, if you need help with your time management skills, if you need help, furthering your education, the chamber can absolutely be a resource. And I think our partnerships with the East Bay EDA and the Contra Costa Workforce Development Board are exactly the resources that we need to publicize more.
Okay.
That's
great.
something that we're going to be doing.
That's all right. Good to know. All right. Thank you. We may have some other comments here in a moment, but at this time I want open up to public comment. And did we get any speaker cards on this item?
There are no speakers or cards.
Okay, no written comment either. Okay, well, great. Well then, final comments by council members. We'll start down at this end. Anything? Okay, there's all.
I gave my thing. I gave my thanks, but thank you again. I can't thank you enough. I mean, obviously, I know this is not easy work and you're 219 that was members. So that's a lot to keep track of. So, and thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay, Councilmember Adler. All right.
Yeah, thank you very much for all your great work. And I know you always invite us for ribbon cuttings, but if you see any other space where we can be helpful, please don't hesitate. Let us know. We are always there because one of our city council key goal is to increase our business space, especially retail business space, so that we can increase our revenues. So that's our top priority.
Absolutely.
So we are on the same goal aligned. Our goal is pretty aligned. So yeah, please feel free to let us know how we can support Chamber of Commerce.
Well, make sure that you're following us on all of the social media channels and you can share all of our posts, reminding people to shop local and stay local these holidays.
Yeah, you will get my thumbs up on Instagram as well as Facebook all the time.
Perfect. I'll find you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just thank you again. And we appreciate the chamber's role in bringing our business community together. I've attended a lot of those mixers, the Fourth Friday roundtables, the Hootenanny, the Wine and Dine, things like that. Those are great events to, as you say, to bring people together, get them to know each other and do business with other businesses. I think that's a great philosophy. And we do appreciate your input on that policy that we reviewed on the 25% cap on the non-retail use. And glad we were able to make that change. You're certainly a great partner with the city, sponsor a lot of different events in the community, and we look forward to more great things and that partnership going into the future. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll see all of you next Wednesday.
All right. See you there. All right, next item is item 9.2. This is a discussion on the city's appeal fee structure. And we'll turn it over to Lauren Barr, Community Development Director.
Good evening. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation, so let me bring it up. Okay, good evening.
Good evening.
So we are here to continue the discussions on the city's appeal fee structure. Just in terms of a little bit of background, on April 22nd, 2025, the City Council adopted Resolution 2536, adopting the master fee schedule for various municipal services for the fiscal year 25-26. As part of the public review process, the City Council received public comments, including specific concerns over the cost of the Planning Division appeals for the development applications. And again, that was adopted for fiscal year 24-25. That was the original fee structure. And it did not change in fiscal year 25-26. As I mentioned, there are no increases this last fee schedule. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about the current appeal structure that we have. There's really two provisions in our code. One is for an appeal to be filed by an interested party. That could be a resident, special interest group, or even a project applicant that might disagree with conditions or requirements put on their project. And again, this is appellant can file an application when they believe the decision of the body that's reviewing the application has abused their discretion or it's inconsistent with city policies or standards. The process is they would file an appeal with the city clerk within 10 days and outline the specific facts that justify the appeal, as well as paying the appeal fee, which in our case is a deposit for most of the planning applications. The other method is a call for review, and that's where a member of the designated appeal body, the planning commission or the city council, can initiate a review of the decision of the lower approval authority. The process and the materials are the same as the appeal. It's just that there's no fee that's collected and the city is responsible for the costs. And again, those costs were established. I should say there was a fee study, a time study that was done with the matrix fee study that put the cost of an appeal at roughly $6,700. The fee that was adopted by council is slightly less, and we'll talk about that in a minute. In terms of a little bit of history, so the appeal fee deposit increased in 2008 from $350 to between $500 and $2,500, depending on the type of the development application being appealed. From 2005 to 2008, there were 10 planning commission appeals filed and no city council calls for review that were initiated. In 2010, the $500 zoning administrator appeal fee increased to $1,500, while the other deposits remained at $2,500. In that same period from 2008 to 2023, we had 6 zoning administrator appeals filed, 7 planning commission appeals filed, and 8 city council call for review. And again, since since the adoption of the new fee, it has not changed. So the matrix fee study that, again, fiscal year 24-25, we referenced a couple of goals. One was it was based on maintaining a secure financial base and exploring potential revenue enhancements to increase financial stability. And then as part of that process, the Matrix Consulting Group did a study and cost allocation plan. The study evaluated the time and cost assumptions to determine the full cost, direct and indirect, for providing city services. As part of that study, they recommended a significant increase to the appeal fees, to the deposit for appeals that include both staff time and overhead rates. As part of that study, the planning services billable rate was set at $330 per hour, and that includes overhead for other departments such as city clerk and city attorney. So again, those departments don't bill directly to an appeal. It's just purely based on planning staff time. And again, the cost that was in the study was around $6,700 for a typical appeal. But at that time, council set the deposit between $4,000 and $4,500, which is again not at the top of the range, but not at the bottom either. So as part of this effort, we went and looked at a couple of the other cities in the area. We looked at 10 cities. There was no specific methodology that we used to choose the cities. We looked at Tri-Valley cities. We looked at cities that were similar size. And so we did some surveys of the different types of fees, and there's some notes. This is from the staff report, and so there's additional information in the report itself. But in terms of just kind of a summary, the majority of the cities had a flat fee, 8 of them, and the appeals ranged from $99 to $4,381, depending on the nature of the appeal. One thing to note, though, is while there are flat fees, the balance of the appeal costs were either charged to the city's general fund, in other words, the city covered it, or they were billed to the project applicant, in which case it was a cost of processing the development application. 2 of the cities had deposit-based fees. Those ranged anywhere from around $2,800 to $5,700 for Fremont. And then Lafayette had a deposit that's based on a 75% of the application fee for the project being appealed. And then there was one city, Pleasanton, that actually had a provision for the appeal fee to be refunded upon a successful appeal. So on July 16th, 2025, the policy committee discussed the current fee structure and had some comments and questions based on the discussions. And the summary was basically, they wanted the fee to be fair, the process to be fair, that there be a structure based on an understanding of the costs associated with staff time and process of appeal, how additional staff costs are addressed with these flat fee structures, considerations for a lower point of entry for deposit-based appeals, the value of refunding fees for an appeal that might have merit, and then how an appeal process can address hardship situations. So all of the policy committee's comments and questions are based on a sort of a pros and cons analysis, which can ultimately result in trade-offs that the council can consider. For example, a lower flat fee would require either the city or the project applicant to cover any additional costs of processing the appeal, because staff time's the same no matter who's paying for it. A deposit fee would offer full cost recovery to the city, but it represents a more substantial obligation to the appellant. Lower initial deposit doesn't change the cost, but it would require that we bill the appellants more often to make sure we're made whole. The call for review process that we have in place addresses hardship concerns, but there is a cost to the city. Because again, a call for review from a council or planning commissioner still requires staff to do all the work associated with that. Refunding fees for a successful appeal really requires some clarification. There's some challenges because we have a de novo hearing process, which means that they treat it as a brand new hearing and can introduce new facts and ideas. So it's not simply a yes or no question that the appeal is either upheld or denied. Oftentimes there are modification made. So if someone were to appeal a project that and it was upheld, but where changes were made, would they be subject to a refund? It's hard to say exactly how that would pan out. And so we would need additional discussions if we wanted to go down this route. Additionally, it's not entirely clear if our code is currently structured in order to do that. So again, just to recap the current process with the deposit fee structure, results in the costs of the services being borne by the appellant, and there are no costs to the city or the community at large. Call for review process offers relief to an appellant if a member of the appeal body feels that the appeal is warranted. It also addresses the idea of a hardship provision or lower point of entry, because again, all costs associated with the call for review are at the expense of the city and ultimately the community as a whole. And then again, the refund of fees remains an action that an appeal body can consider if we structure it as such. So at this point, the recommendation of staff would be, given the council goal to maintain the secure financial base and the fee study that was prepared, we'd recommend council maintain the current structure of a deposit base with the option for call for review. That said, flat fee, hybrid deposits, or tiered fee structures to subsidize the cost of appeals for specific user groups are all available options with council direction. So with that, I'm here for questions.
All right, I'm sure we got some questions. So who would like to start us off? All right. Councilman Regina.
Lauren, thank you so much. You answered a lot of my questions already, I think, related to the presentation you had. I just wanted to go back, if you can, to the burden rate, if you don't mind. The hourly rate, was it 330 or 300?
330.
330, okay. And that 4,500, that's about 13 hours, 13, 14 hours
Yeah,
roughly. Okay. And that's across attorney staff time. It's not.
It's strictly based on planning staff time to prepare the reports, do the public noticing and everything else. And it covers the overhead rate in that 330 covers the coordination with city manager, city clerk, and city attorney's office.
The attorney's office.
So if they need to review the reports, that's included in that hourly time.
I see. And you had in your report that the study was done 2023 or 2024?
23 for fiscal year 24-25. So it's about 2 years ago.
2 years ago, and that's when, that was the suggestion to raise the fee to 4,500.
Right, that was based on the time study that was done in the Matrix group in terms of how long it takes, and then also the higher billable rate.
And that was based on, you had, I'm sorry that it's not up there, but based on the appeals, you had appeals that were initiated and appeals that were sent to council. You had six, it was 6, 7, 8. I forgot.
Yes.
Yeah, so was that fee structure, that information based on those, yeah, for the zoning administrator appeals filed, et cetera? Was that data based on those?
It wasn't
calls for
specifically
appeal?
based on those. It
Okay.
was based on time studies for tasks associated with a typical appeal, such as, you know, taking in applications, doing referrals to other departments, preparing staff reports. We have time estimates for each of those tasks. It's because it's a deposit, it's a ballpark estimate. And so we actually will end up billing real time once at the end of the appeal process.
So if the deposit's exhausted, what happens then?
We would ultimately bill them for the balance.
The appellant.
Correct.
So the appellant gets billed for the balance. Oh, okay. Has that ever happened where you have to?
Yes, yeah, we have, it hasn't been significant, but we've had a couple of runovers where we've ended up billing the appellants. And it can be an appellant that is the project applicant too. We've had situations where someone's disagreed with a requirement which put on them, and they want to have it revisited. And so it's a little bit easier to deal with an applicant in terms of recovering costs because they have an active application. It's a deposit-based account already.
Sure.
Whereas a third-party appellant, it's a little trickier. So we need to have at least a core amount of deposit to work from.
And with regards to the deposit, if you had, let's say the deposit is, the burn rate is between 12 hours. I mean, you could burn through 12 hours in very fast time. So what happens if the appellant doesn't pay that overage fee? What, is there a lien? What?
I think it hasn't happened yet, but it's a challenging aspect of this whole process. That's why we need a significant enough deposit to at least cover its time, because it's not like we have a code enforcement case where we can put a lien on the property. We send an invoice, and you know, we need to be able to you know, recover the fees. But at that point, I don't know that we would necessarily say, sorry, we're not going to go to council on an application that was accepted and is subject to permit streamlining and subject to the review process. I think once the process is initiated, we would be obligated to go through the process and then try and recover our fees by whatever other mechanism we have.
And one final question. Thank you, Lauren. Related to the jurisdictional fee structure, if you could go to that slide real quick. So out of curiosity, I'm going to pick on Dublin, or yeah, I'm going to pick on Danville, actually, the flat. Actually, no, which one am I going to pick on here? No, I'm going to pick on, yeah, let's pick on Dublin. 251. Let's pick on Dublin. 251. It's a flat fee and time and material for the applicant. Related to Dublin, do we know how Dublin, if they go over, I mean, if they go over that time, do they go into the general fund? Do the taxpayers pay that bill? How does that work?
The way it's currently structured is that if the application is subject to time and materials, they bill the applicant for any additional time spent. So the appellant only pays the flat fee. If there is no deposit account, then the general fund would make up the difference.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's either going to be the city covering the costs or the project applicant covering the costs.
I see. And that's that way with, that's the same methodology with the other cities, you think?
Several of them are that way, and some of them are just flat. They all vary a little bit. Each city has their own little quirks. Another example is Concord has this $99 flat fee, but then they charge $1,500 for public noticing.
I see.
So it's, you know, it's all part of their process. So it's, again, a little different from jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
It's different, yeah. So one question you had was a good point, I think, for the public, which I wasn't aware of actually till I read the staff report. You could take it to a council member or somebody in the policy commission to vouch for you on your behalf and say to bring an appeal,
Yeah, you can,
and that's no charge.
there's no charge if a council member initiates a call for review. If they think the concern raised by a member of the public or a property owner is a valid concern, they have every bit of discretion to initiate a review.
So there's a 10-day limitation from the day that the project gets approved. When does that member of when does the public have a chance to go to, I guess, any member of when do we have the opportunity? Somebody comes to me and says, "Hey, council member, we want to challenge this." At what point do they within 10 days, do we have an emergency meeting here, or how does that work?
The call for review is initiated by an individual member. They would just contact the city
Okay.
clerk and they have to file the paperwork as to what the basis for the appeal is, but there's no fee collected. And then that kicks the appeal process into motion. And then we would go through the process of reviewing the concerns, creating the reports, scheduling a public hearing, noticing it, and going about the typical process.
Okay. Thank you, Lauren.
All right. Anyone else? Councilmember Adler, you had any questions?
Well, I know we look at everything, is in light of our budget issues and the fact that we had some issues over we had to have Measure N because of the budget issues. So we're looking on a practical matter of what the costs are. Whereas in the past, we might let some of that slide. Now we're looking at it a little bit more carefully as to what the long-term effects are. So I like that. I think we have to be realistic on how much it's costing the city. And that's just the direction I'm looking. I want to be solvent. I want to be secure in our financial base. So I think I like the way your suggestions here.
All right. Let me go to Vice Mayor Veros.
Thanks for your presentation, Lauren. Typically, how long it will take for an appeal? Like once someone submits appeal, how long it takes? Like
Typically, it's within 45 days. There are some, I should know this off the top of my head, but I don't. There's some permit streamlining aspects and timelines that we have to meet. But generally speaking, we want to get the issue resolved because the project's in limbo until you actually make a final decision on the appeal. So we typically will get it within 45 days.
okay, so that means whatever the project that is getting appeal, that can be delayed by 45 days.
Absolutely.
Okay. After 45 days, if that appeal is done, and then can someone again submit another appeal to extend it to next 45 days?
It depends on who's appealing. So if a zoning administrator decision was appealed to planning commission, then the planning commission could be appealed to council. If the planning commission is appealed to council, then the next step is the courts.
So the impact can be 45 days from one place, then next one. Is it going to add those 45 days for each step?
It can, yeah.
It
Like I
can.
said, we look at it from a standpoint of when we have hearings available and the noticing requirements and how long it takes us to prepare the reports. But generally speaking, our goal is to get it resolved so that it's not hanging out there too long. There are oftentimes some technical studies that might have to be done that could delay it a little bit, but that's something that it just depends on the nature of the appeal and what's being challenged.
Okay. I want to go to the slide where you showed the number of appeals in the past. Okay, cool. So until 2023, we had 6, 7 plus 8. So after we changed the appeal fee, how many did we receive?
We haven't received any appeals in the last 2 years. The last appeals we had were in 2023 we had an appeal of the Marketplace project. And then there was a call for review for Iron Horse Village back in 2023.
2023. So after we increase the fee, there is no. So that shows that, is it fair to say that because of that fee, the fee increase is discouraging people from appealing?
I'm not sure if we could make that a definitive statement. I think the other question is which projects were being considered and what the public opinion was on those projects, and whether they felt strong enough to file an appeal. But again, the sitting council, for all these projects that have been approved in the last 2 years, I don't know if people have been reaching out to you, asking you to call it up or not, but that's something that we wouldn't be privy to.
Okay. So, if, did we ever try to do something like a tier method, like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, like, for example, something like zone administrator, the fee should be this much? Like, so
Well,
that,
currently, the zoning administrator fee is slightly lower for residential projects. And then for commercial projects, it's a little bit higher. And then typically well, at least in the past, the council and city council appeals were a higher rate because they require more work.
oh. So, now, if someone, I remember we had an appeal for sandbox,
Correct.
right? So is that appeal comes in the similar or same, like the fee will be same as someone is trying to appeal for the land use?
Yeah, it's a land use appeal or a development application appeal. It's the same appeal process. It's development applications that have been filed, whether it's a development plan or a land use permit. Both of them are subject to the essentially the same process.
Oh, okay, so the sandbox AVR that they filed, was it a land? I thought it is a retail related.
It was I'm trying to remember the actual basis for the appeal,
I'm
but
sorry, it was long
there was
time,
some
yeah.
concerns related to operation and security issues and potential impact, I think, on children from the gaming aspect and concerns over ownership issues.
Okay. Interesting.
And
So
data privacy as well.
data privacy. Okay, those are my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rubio.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify a couple of things here. So I noticed that in the report, it said between 4,000 and 4,500 for the fee.
Correct.
Could you clarify for whom the 4,000 applies to the 45,000?
4,500.
I mean, I'm sorry.
That would be a substantial.
Okay,
increase.
45,000 is definitely concerning.
Yeah.
Yes.
So zoning administrator appeal for residential is the 4,000. And then it steps up for commercial projects because they're typically a little more complex. And then also planning commission to city council is the 4,500.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that if somebody wanted to, there's 10 days to file an appeal.
Correct.
And there's two possibilities, is either providing deposit or garnering the support of either a planning commissioner or a city council member who is in support of the appeal, right?
Correct. And just to be clear, it has to be the member of the appeal body. So someone wanting to challenge a planning commission approval, a planning commissioner cannot initiate a call for review. It would have to be the next body up, which is the city council in that case.
Okay.
And again, you don't necessarily have to, I should say, the council or the planning commission, the appeal body doesn't necessarily have to agree with the outcome. They may just feel like it warrants additional discussion. And that's an adequate reason, and they can say why.
Okay. Okay. And then I noticed, so I was trying to find comparisons. I noticed that the closest to what we have, the fee that we have is schedule is Livermore, which is a city very, very, very comparable in population to ours. And then Brentwood, which is actually much smaller than ours. Well, yeah, about 20,000 population smaller than ours. But then there's this huge unknown gap. For example, Lafayette, which is also much smaller. It has the 175 flat fee and then a deposit of 75% of the application fee of the application type being appealed. Do you know what that fee is? for Lafayette?
Not off the top of my head, but again, you can appeal a home occupation permit, which might be $500. You can appeal a development plan amendment that might be $5,000. And so it would be based on the complexity of the application. So it's again, they're trying to have it proportional to the amount of work that they're doing.
And this is to be paid by the applicant of the appeal.
The
Right,
the
appellant.
appellant. Yes.
Yes, okay. And then, let's see.
I just also would clarify that both Brentwood and Livermore, while they have similar fees, those are flat fees as opposed to deposits. So they're one-time fees, and there's some certainty that that's the cost. And if there are overruns, then it would be the city's general fund covering it. Or in the case of, in both cases, it would be general fund that would make up any difference.
Right, and you mentioned earlier also that oftentimes that's it's not this sort of spillover, a cost is usually not extraordinary.
In our experience, it hasn't been, but again, theoretically, you could have an appeal that would get continued out to another hearing, so you might have 2 hearings. Now, part of that might be constrained by state law relating to housing projects and the limit on the number of hearings you can have. So it kind of forces you to, forces the decision-making body to make a timely decision. But yes, generally our experience is we don't typically go over. It's pretty close. And if we, we're not, running a stopwatch,
Yes, thank you. So one of the questions I have is I'm sensing that the concern that we received from some of the comments that we received, is that there's this huge hill to climb up front. Granted, mathematically, I did the math. I said, if it's $1 per person, that's about 5% of our current population here in San Ramon that would need to pitch in $1, right? Approximately to cover that cost. But understanding that there's only 10 days to do everything, right? Is there any possibility that, say, someone can file the appeal with a percentage of a retainer and then be allowed, say, 30 days to complete the full deposit?
I would say it's probably possible. It might be a question for the city attorney, though, because we run into some timing issues. And, if we accept it as a valid application, then we have an obligation to process it. And so at what point can we require them to withdraw their application if they fail to pay the balance of the money? Under permit streamlining, we have to resolve it. And the other thing is, for the project being appealed, it wouldn't necessarily be fair to string it out for months, years, however long it would take to do that. So
Right.
again, there are some other considerations that would have to be.
Well, certainly it'd have to be within a reasonable time that they have to fulfill the deposit, right? I mean, that's why I was suggesting maybe it could be 30 days. But work would not be initiated until the full deposit was paid, so that there's not a loss of time and energy. It's just sort of, because there's those 10 days, it may be difficult to come up with that money in that short window of time to appeal. So it was just a thought I have. I don't know if that's actually something that's feasible, but it's just a thought I had.
Well, I don't have much to add to Lauren's answer, except that you find yourself in a position where you can strategically not come up with the money and then delay the process to the detriment of the project applicant. So we set up that type of scenario where people use the process rather than the substance of the actual appeal.
But if you give them 30 days, they don't come up with the full deposit within 30 days. Could we just say theoretically at that point it's null and void? You refund them what they had deposited as a retainer. The appeal process is ended because they did not fulfill the full
You could
deposit.
refund the or you could refund the unspent portion of what's been, of what's been put there, because presumably staff will be working on the appeal immediately. Otherwise, again, the delay associated with that 30-day waiting period would weigh more on the project sponsor than it would on the appellant. And so it would be a tactical delay on the part of the appellant. And you would probably see every appellant waiting to pay for 30 days.
I would also add that there's probably some concerns about how one would address CEQA compliance and timelines for filing your notices of determination and the like. Because again, those are triggered by state law
That's true.
requirements. So
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Those have hard deadlines. The other thing is another thing, it's just a thought, again. I was just wondering if for some reason someone does, they file the appeal, everything goes, is processed, and for some reason, say the decision at the end of the day is in favor of the appellant, right? They had a merited cause to appeal. Would it be possible to then partly or wholly refund, have the developer or the cover the refund cost, if that was something to be considered?
I'm not sure if the developer would be the proper person to cover it, but perhaps the city would refund. I guess the assumption is that somehow there was an error in the approval process. But again, whether that we set up a structure like that and whether it's supported under a municipal code, currently I don't think it is, but we could look at how to do that if that's the direction of the council. But again, it's a challenging thing because again, what is enough of a ruling to warrant refund of fees? Or sorry, enough of a ruling, in terms of you deny a project outright, you get a full refund. If you deny a project or you modify a project rather than deny it based on some concerns, is that half refund? Is it no refund? Is it all refund?
Right.
Again, we have to be clear on what the standards are that we're putting in place.
Right. And I agree that those things would have to be sort of hashed out and you figure it out, what would be fair and equitable. I'm just thinking is that if there's actually an appeal that is valid in some way, I'm just saying that I feel that it would be, accountability has to be on both sides. And in some cases, it may be the developers, the error may have originated from the developer, or maybe the error originated within the city. It could be something that's wholly or partly covered as a refund. Just things that I'm putting out there that may be for consideration. I don't know. I will allow my fellow council members to share their thoughts on what they think of that.
If I could just
Yeah.
comment on that as well. I think as a practical matter, if there was someone that was aggrieved, there was an aggrieved member of the public, that they would have the option of going to their council member or to all 5 council members if necessary to see if they could find a sponsor for a call for review. During that process, they would find out, or there would presumably be some sort of investigation as to whether there was any merit to their assertion that there was a mistake made on the part of city staff. And then at that point, we would have some idea of whether or not there was a mistake made, and then presumably at least one council member would call it up for review. And then that way there wouldn't be a financial burden associated with being right.
Right. But that's also putting a condition that there has to be someone who sponsors that and picks that up. And can you, I'm sorry, I know you mentioned it earlier, but could you repeat what that process would look like? Because they have this 10-day window. So as Councilmember Joinette mentioned, how do you do that within 10 days and say we just had a meeting and it's a 2-week span, 14 days in between? So how does that happen?
Well, within the 10 days, whoever is concerned about the approval would contact the elected officials or the appeal body, as it may be, and explain their case and basically ask for a call for review to be initiated because they feel that something was done incorrectly. And if it's a compelling argument, I would imagine it might get some support. If it's just, I don't like something because I don't like something, that's not really a great basis for an appeal.
Right.
So,
Okay.
at that point, it becomes the judgment of the appeal body as to whether it's a valid concern to discuss. And again, it's not that you have, just because you call something up for review doesn't mean you have to agree with it or vote for it for the appeal.
Mhm.
It's just to open up the debate as a de novo hearing to revisit it in a new forum.
Okay, so a council member, for example, could just initiate it with a simple email saying, I'd like this to be, how does that
It's
work?
not quite that simple. They have to actually file the paperwork with the city clerk within the 10 days.
Okay,
But there's a process in which, they put the grounds in as to why they would like to call it up. And that could be based on a resident's concerns that were expressed to that council member
got it.
or
Okay.
planning commissioner.
Right,
I just
right.
go to-
Because I'm trying to close that gap. I'm like, okay, our meetings are usually 2 weeks apart, so that's 14 days. So what happens in between that to make sure that it happens within the 10-day period? Okay, well, thank you so much. I appreciate you answering my question.
Sure.
Yeah, and I'll just touch on that because I think I was the last one to do a call for review, 2023, and
Correct.
some members of the community expressed concern to me. The burden fell on me then to make a determination whether I felt that was warranted or not. I did feel it was warranted. And so the 10-day clock was on me. And I wrote up in accordance with all the parts of our municipal code, exactly what was required, and submitted that, and we had a call for review. And we actually made some changes based on that Iron Horse Village project.
Correct.
But that process worked. But that was a community member coming to me, or a couple of community members. Kind of going back to that time frame, the last appeal was also around 2023, and that was the marketplace, right?
Correct.
And so that was under the old fee schedule.
Correct.
Right? And so about what would that I don't know how much work was, I mean, I know that's still an ongoing thing, but about how many hours were billed on that and what was that project all about?
We're not actually billing on the appeal for that anymore, but it is under litigation right now. But
Right.
The appeal process was 22 hours of staff time, which if you multiply it by the current rate would be I think 7,400 or 7,600, somewhere in there, 7,000 range, which is a little higher than what was recommended by the matrix study and a couple thousand higher than our adopted deposit. So that would probably be the most realistic example in the last few years. We have, again, appeals that go back to City Center in 2007 and 8. And it's so hard to find the information, that granular kind of information on these older projects. But again, that's probably the most recent example that could be used for comparison.
Okay. So the current fee schedule, we approved that 2 years ago. This has been in effect for 2 years now.
Correct.
And so yet here we are discussing it. As I recall from the matrix study, the average cost, if I'm remembering correctly, was the $6,700 amount, $6,711.
Correct.
That was the average cost that they found. But as I recall, their recommendation was for us to approve a $7,500 deposit. And we chose as council to not take that recommendation, but to make it $4,500.
I don't recall that part of it. I remember the maximum being the 6911, and that was based on a time study, based on estimated time for the various tasks that we do for a standard appeal. But yeah, I don't remember if it was 75 or 69, but ultimately the council decided to go with a middle of the range number, and that's where we've been ever since. And as we mentioned earlier, there haven't been any appeals in the last 2 years. So.
Okay.
for good or bad.
And we've been using this deposit system, if I'm reading the staff report correctly, for like 20 years,
Correct.
since 2005. And I think there's probably a lot of members of the community that don't realize that it is a deposit system. They might just see it as kind of one-time fee, you know, like some of these other cities with flat fee or something like that. But it is a deposit, and that it could be billed much higher than that at the end of the day.
Yeah, the challenge is collecting if it's not successful. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I had a question. Well, you answered the question on the Lafayette 75% of the application fee. That, I guess, what I heard correctly is that it varies depending upon the type of application fee it is.
yeah, I mean, even for us, you know, we have minor use permits, which are, you know, $2,000. We have development applications that are 5,000. We have, you know, zoning and general plan standards. Well, actually, those are legislative, so we wouldn't get into that. But we have a range of development application types, and so if we were to do a model like that, we'd have just a fee that would be all over the map, depending on the application being appealed. So.
Okay. All right, thanks. That's it. That's it for me for now. I mean, I've got some other thoughts swirling in my brain on comments, but go ahead.
Yep. Thanks, Mayor. So you mentioned staff per hour is $330 per hour, right? So is it like all kind of appeals require that kind of similar expertise skills, or is there any way can we distribute within different staff levels to reduce that?
Well, it's a billable rate for the planning department. It's not based on individual staff members. So it's the rate, including the overhead rate for the other departments as well. So that's the billable rate regardless of who's working on it. And so it doesn't, it's really just based on the tasks associated with the appeal. And so the original study that looked at the hours involved laid out each step of the way and an estimate of how much time we spend on preparing staff reports, preparing a resolution, doing the noticing, doing the PowerPoint presentation prep, attending the meeting, coordinating with other departments if there's traffic issues. You know, again, there's a series of tasks, and we come up with an average, but with a deposit, if it's less, you charge less. If it's more, you charge more. And that's the advantage of the deposit from the city standpoint in terms of that we're made whole. But it's also uncertainty to the appellants in terms of what the actual cost would end up being, because there may be some issues that come up that no one envisioned that take more time and cost more money.
So in that case, it can be $330 per hour, or it can be lower than that.
Well, that is the established rate of the fee schedule for the planning services review of development applications. So that's what it is. If you want to change the rate, then there's a process that you'd have to go through to do that. But that's again currently what, I just will say it was increased with the matrix study. Before that, it was, I think, 220, but it didn't include any overhead rates. So we would have included an hour for the city attorney, an hour for the city clerk. But because we now did a loaded with overhead included in our hourly rate, it took away those additional charges for other departments that we'd have to recapture to make the city whole.
So what could be the impact if we say that, okay, let's go with each individual staff, how much they are spending time, and then we bill only that price? You think like it will impact the overall
again
cost for us?
If you really want to get into who's touching an application, you're going to get supervisors reviewing staff reports. None of that is currently covered. It's just the billable rate. So if we're going to break it down, we're going to spend a lot of time tracking who touches each appeal and how much time they're spending. And it would be a much more detailed thing and a lot different rates for everybody involved. A better argument, frankly, would be to pick a flat fee if you want to do that. If you're concerned about, locking in a rate, And then just accept the fact that either the project applicant or the city would make up the difference if it goes long.
It just adds more overhead for us to keep calculating and then tracking each individual time sheets and all that.
Right.
Yeah. Makes sense. Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
All right, before we go to public comment, any other questions? Okay, it's 9:20 and some change. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll reconvene at 9:30. Come in about 1 minute. Is back in session, and I'm going to open up public comment on item 9.2. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do. Our first speaker is Greg Carr.
All right.
Can't help myself. I love it down there so much. So $4,500 deposit. And I can go on. And then 10-day timeline from the out of the decision until the appeal documents have to be turned in, and that, of course, that could be something. And then if you win, there's no refund. How does that look? From where I sit, that looks like there's trying to be some prohibition of people coming down and speaking. If I sat where you sit, I know what that's like. Sometimes I wish there was a prohibition. But for somebody who has a case is reasonable, and they go through the process. If they should win, why should they get a refund? Because it wasn't caused by them. It could be caused by the city, the developer, probably a state. So I'm a guy, I own a house across from about 20 acres. And the state's mandating that a lot of affordable housing be put in. And I see the plans that it's gonna be this megalith across from where I live. I've lived here for a long time. This is a hypothetical guy. And I inquire about it and I go through the process. And I don't know anything because I've never stood up and talked to you. I've never talked to staff. I don't know how things work here. But I go through the hoop, I get some help. I file, and the thing I'm filing against is the approval was for 1,000 houses. And one day I'm across the street talking to the job superintendent because I know something about that field. And he said, "Oh yeah, look at the plans." And I see plans approved for 1,150 units. Most of the additional ones are on, on my end. And I appeal it. I go through all the things you have to go through. And I win. But I don't get my deposit back. And I spent thousands of dollars to just set things right. There's something wrong with that process. There needs to be an understanding of that. Especially the timeline. How is Joe Blow gonna know how to do it? So last week, the piece of paper from Brian Swanson, who I see is in the audience. I spoke to this first. I would like to see this appended to the discussion comments tonight in the fashion that I suggested. In public comments, because it's well written, you'd have to agree with it. It's got a lot of meat in it that people should consider. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Susie Ferris Inderkum.
All right. Evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My concern is over data, missing data. According to Lauren Bars, in 25 to 28, there were 10 Planning Commission appeals filed and no city council calls for review. Since the fee increase in 2008 until 2023, there were the 6 zoning administrator appeals, 7 planning commission appeals filed, and 8 city council calls for review. The deposit structure for the appeals has remained unchanged until the fiscal year 24-25 fee schedule was adopted based on the matrix fee study. And according to Lauren, there were no appeals since the 2023 ones. My concern is over the matrix fee study, which was not easy to find on the website. In fact, what I did find was listed as item 2.1, presentation, updated 28 March 2025. And what that was a fee study results presentation. The presentation is barely 7 pages of notes and references an attachment with detailed data. Said attachment is not attached to the presentation and was not discoverable on the website, at least not by me. And I'm pretty good at finding hidden things. A key line item, though, in the presentation, however, is most interesting. It says, typical considerations for lower cost recovery is given to fees that encourage compliance, i.e. water heaters, etc., and remove barriers from entry, appeals, etc. The full underlying data from this study, which is the basis for your fee schedule, must be made available to the public. Additionally, there is a great deal of fiscal responsibility data missing from the minimal and guided statistics presented. For example, who filed these appeals? Residents, developers, others? How many of these appeals were successful? How much money was returned on successful appeals? How many of the appeals failed? And how many of those failed appeals ended up in court? Accountability now, not later. When staff hides the full matrix analysis and presents a narrow engineered narrative, the public cannot meaningfully evaluate trade-offs or hold decision makers accountable. If the council members truly value public participation, fiscal prudence, and ethical governance, it will act tonight to demand full disclosure of the matrix study and underlying data. It'll remove the immediate financial chokehold on appeals with a temporary reduction or waiver, and commission an independent, transparent study now with Sunset Development's role as a central focus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jim Blickenstaff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wanted to point out some numbers a little bit to put things in context. I averaged the costs of the 10 cities in the sample, most of them along the 680 corridor, and it was $1,420 for citizen cost. So when the citizens appeal, it's about $1,420 as an average. Now, if you just take the average of the 680 corridor from Concord to Pleasanton, including Pleasant Hill and Danville and Dublin, it comes out to $280, not including San Ramon. The San Ramon would raise it, obviously. So the cities to the north of us and to the south of us on 680, the average cost to the citizen is $280 for a citizen appeal. It's a different tier for the developer, which makes a lot of sense. So I think in the context of other cities, we want to respect both opinions in terms of not having excessive city costs, but there's obviously deference for the citizens' appeals in these other cities. You know, Danville's only $320, Dublin's $250, Pleasant is $345. So I'd say let's let's put the general fund to work here like most of the other cities are doing when it's necessary, and it won't be necessary that often. There might be 1 or 2 citizens appeals a year, at most, a lot of times 0. So it's not like when you have a $70 million budget, you can't afford a citizen appeal because that's a good faith appeal. They don't do that randomly. And you don't need to pay $4,500 to prove that. So I would say, let's get more in the keeping with other cities' approach to this, because a citizen appeal is different than appellant. That's the vested interest. So we want to keep that part in track. So I think that covers most of what I wanted to say, but I think we are out of step with other cities at this stage with looking too severely at city costs as if that's an end-all and be-all. Obviously, it's only half the equation. Citizens' view is the other half, and we have to keep an open road for citizens to be heard, especially before they're elected officials if necessary, and not put a roadblock of $4,500 in front of them. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sharad Kathrani.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. So recently we had a Measure N where we raised $14 million, and this was people who voted for it. And in this $14 million, we still have, we can easily spend for $6,000-7,000, which is a typical cost to the city for appealing any of this. And before 2008, when the appeal fees was $350, there were 3 appeals a year. And then it dropped to 1 appeal a year. And now it is 0 after we made it $4,500. This is clearly showing that we do not appreciate any kind of discussion. Our decision is full and final. And putting the burden on the applicant, if you see on this particular scenario, most of the applicants in the city have been Sunset Development. So any decision which a city takes is on behalf or in the interest of Sunset Development. So any anybody appealing is basically appealing against the Sunset Development typically. The fee should be borne by the applicant and probably max to max go to the general fund. And I would like city to set a appeal fees at $250 or $300 like every other cities around here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
There are no more speaker cards, but we did receive written public comment from Brian Swanson, which is before you and in the red binder in the back of the room.
All right, thank you. All right, so we are being asked to provide direction to staff. So we'll start down your end there, council members. Why not?
I want to thank the public for their comments and feedback, and thank you for your email as well. A lot of great points are being made. Mr. Carr's point regarding the refund made a lot of sense to me. I mean, if you win an appeal, I know when I handle arbitrations, if my client wins an appeal, we get arbitration fee refunded back. It's much higher than this, I could tell you that, but we do receive it. We do receive refund back. I will like to comment that, generally speaking, when we set these fees, I understand sometimes these fees are established to also avoid frivolous appeals and time wasted. And I know a lot of citizens don't want that either. I know a lot of citizens want, they want progress. They want it to the city to continue. They don't want, they'd rather avoid frivolous appeals and waste of general fund and waste of staff and time. Notwithstanding that, a lot of the fees are relatively lower a lot lower than San Ramon's fee. So based on a lot of the discussion recommendations, I won't take up too much council's time here, but I just, I'd like to make a recommendation that, perhaps we do look at a modified fee, and perhaps given that the applicants, the application fees aren't flat. I know some fees have a certain dollar amount. maybe we look at a $500 flat fee and a 75% deposit on the application type fee. And if the appellant wins, they get a refund. That's my recommendation.
All right, thank you. Who's next?
You want- I can go.
Go ahead.
Okay. So that was one of the things that I was, like Councilmember Joynet just stated, it was something I was mentioning at the outset that I feel that if somebody is correct in their appeal, that there should be some type of refund. Now, I'm not sure based on the conversation and the presentation we had and the questions we asked, that we can hash out all the details tonight about how all of, if we want to change it, how all of that would change. But a suggestion I have is that can we perhaps, and also to take into consideration the matrix fee study and the, hash that out a little more, all of that. Is it possible for us to bring this back to the council at our workshop at the beginning of next year? Yes? Okay. Because what I was thinking is that since I think we're at 50% the rate that we were planning to increase it during 2025, correct?
I think we're at the full rate right now of the 4,000 to 4,500.
We're already there?
We're already there. Yeah.
Okay. And previously refresh my memory again, how much was it before? No, before.
Prior to the 4,500, Lauren, what was it?
Well, 4,500
It
is
was-
for a developer, right? And for 4,000 if it's an individual, right?
No, it was 4,000 for zoning administrator
Zoning administrator, okay.
appeals related to residential, then 4,500 for everything else,
Okay, and
including commercial and retail appeals.
and the fee prior to this increase was
2,500.
2,500. Okay. And we have it at 4,500, let's just say. So somewhere in the middle, it's 3,500, right? Is there, until we can have our workshop, would it be possible for us to either bring it to back to the prior fee rate temporarily until we can meet in a workshop and discuss all of this more carefully? Or would it be possible at least to just reduce it at least by $1,000 so that it's it buys us some time to discuss this further and to kind of design something that I think is more amenable for everyone, that works for everyone. I think there were a few suggestions that, have been brought up, and it sounds to me like it needs more discussion.
So any change to the fee schedule requires 2 public hearings. So if we do receive direction from the council tonight to change the fee, even on a temporary basis, we would have to schedule 2 public hearings. Also, our normal process for updating the fee schedule begins in March. So there may be some consideration if the council wants more data, if they want to discuss it further, you could do so before that annual March update, or you can schedule 2 special public hearings just for this one fee. And then we go through the whole fee schedule in March.
Ideally, I would like to do this sooner than later, if possible. So if we could do it before March, I think would be great. And we can get more information. I think we're a little more constrained in this space to do a lot of that sort of fleshing out of the details and everything. And I think that if we can have time to do that in a workshop format, that of course is still open to the public as well, I think would be helpful.
So this would be a section of the annual council goal setting workshop to talk about this fee specifically during that workshop.
I think that would be helpful if we could do that.
You can do whatever, we will do whatever we're directed by the council to do.
All right, Councilmember Adler.
Yeah, I'm tending to agree with what I've been hearing. I know Councilmember Swinett and I had a meeting, months ago about this issue, because you specifically were concerned about the fees. And now that we've gotten more public hearing, I like the idea of taking another look at this and doing it sooner than later. And the issue of fairness, but I know there's always a balance, but I do want to do that. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor Rose.
Well, looking at the data definitely suggests that the current high fee, I don't know whether it is a high fee or fee, whatever the fee that we are charging is definitely discouraging our residents to submit any appeal for sure. So because zero means like pretty much nobody's doing it, right? So the first thing is, let's touch base the easy one. The easy one is when they win the appeal, the residents should get back their money. I think that should be the process, because if they have confidence in their appeal and they are ready to put their money, and if they win, they definitely deserve to get back their money. So I think that's pretty straightforward for me. The second one is about 4,500 and then for 4,000 for zone administrator, right? So that's I definitely want to see, we need to explore some options. If we can go with some hybrid model or some tier model, something that we need to think about, if there is any option that creatively that we can address it. I don't know what it is right on top of my head, but I think we should start exploring some options to see how we can create different tier system so that it will be easy for certain requirements. Also, one more thing is I'm thinking, is it possible for do we find any economical situation of the appellant, like when they submit? We don't do that, right? So that is the affordability problem also, right? So if someone with affordable issues, then how they can appeal? It will become challenging. Then they can call for review to the council.
And Vice Mayor, if we were to look into someone's finances, if they were trying to prove a hardship, then we would be asking for personal financial information to show that they can't afford it. Other than I don't know if you could just go to a resident attesting that they can't afford it, but then we would be now in the business of looking at someone's personal financial records to determine that.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm thinking, I mean, this will become an equity issue, right? If someone got 4,000, 4,500, they can go for it. But if someone cannot afford 4,500, that means they cannot even think about appealing. I know, like, they can always reach out to one of us and then they can request for the review. But I'm just thinking out of law. Okay, so let's not boil the ocean. So let's focus on, let's see how we can solve the problem of this fee, not to discourage the residents to go for appeal. So let's try to see if we can go with a tier system or some other options that we can explore. Then please bring it back to us, then we'll review it. And then we can go from there.
Vice Mayor Veros, may I ask just a clarifying question? Because one of there's a lot here that's kind of at the table that we're talking about details that have to be kind of hashed out.
Yeah.
And in this format, this setting, we don't have as much flexibility to really do that. So, which was why I was suggesting, would it be possible if the council is in agreement, would it be something that you might be interested? Have them bring all that information back to us at the workshop, and we can discuss all of this out and prepare something that we can then bring back to the council from our workshop.
So we can definitely, every year we can do that. Every workshop we can do that one. That's not a problem. But if we need to move forward with this, whatever this agenda item in future, so when is our workshop?
We are shooting for January, if not early February at the latest. We have a poll out right now to the council to find out what dates work for you.
Oh, okay. In that case, anyway, December, we have one more.
Yeah.
After that, maybe, okay, so yeah, we should be able to, how about, let's do that in the workshop, I think, yeah. So with the hybrid model, whatever the different options that we can come up also, that will be great.
Um,
Can we
would be
set the
great.
fee tonight?
No, you can make a motion for staff to bring back the two hearings that are required to set the fee.
Okay.
So you need two publicly noticed hearings in order to change any fee.
And that may not happen in time prior to the workshop. It may be a little bit too compacted is what I'm saying.
It won't.
It won't happen. Okay.
In all likelihood,
Right.
depending on direction that's given tonight. I do hear multiple items that will need clarification one way or the other.
Right.
And that's depending on whatever motion is made.
Right.
All right.
Right.
All right, let me go back to Vice Mayor Rose, you finish up.
Yeah. So, yeah, so let's do that study in the workshop. Anyway, we are pretty much close to that. But then I'm thinking about if appeal wins, appeal and wins, then we should refund that one. I think we can go through that motion today. I think.
That would be a matter of policy that doesn't need to be adopted formally in the fee schedule. I believe that's also currently under the purview of the council. Should we do, if we had an appeal between now and the workshop, if the appeal is successful, however, the council would judge that success, as Lauren mentioned, it could be a modified project and still go through. This is where it's getting a little gray. Could be rejected, could be approved outright, but whatever the council feels is a successful project, you have the right, and I'm checking with the attorney, at any point to refund the fee.
Well, I would want to do that as a matter of policy, or if we got direction to have a policy of some sort that speaks to refunding the appeal fee. But then there's also and that policy would have to also include the definition of a win. What is a win? If an applicant says there's not enough parking and they want 100 spaces and the council increases the number of parking spaces, but not all the way to 100, is that a win? Is that a partial win? Do they get a percentage based on that? How does the council split that particular baby?
What are the options currently in the municipal code for an appeal? What there's certain actions where it says we're to do A, B, or C, right?
That would be uphold the appeal, deny the appeal, or modify the approval. Those are the three options that are listed.
So if there were some language to refund, does that require a change to the municipal code as well?
I would feel more comfortable with that, but I don't think that it's absolutely necessary. I think we could implement a policy and then follow that up with a change to the code to memorialize that.
And Mayor, if I may, this is something that we could take to the policy committee and hack out some details a little bit further and then bring it back to council for approval.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because this was like kind of the question that I think I asked earlier when in our discussion was about, if it's an error that originates, say the appeal is successful, it's merited, and they're going to get a refund, who refunds it? The project developer or is it the city? This is where some discussion should go into place, I think, with defining who's responsible for that, because depending on what the appeal is about and what they succeeded on, it could be the developer's responsibility to pay that, or it could be the city's, or it could be a 50-50 shared cost city developer refund to the appellant.
And there's the possibility that it's not really an error at all, just a
An
different
amendment. It could be
way
an-
to interpret the various rules and regulations that are associated with that application.
I would just add, though, that the appeal is based on the action of the city, not the action of the developer. The city did the approvals. It's the city approval that's being appealed. So it really is more an issue for the city in my mind.
But the other cities also did put that fee onto the developer, if I saw that correctly, right?
Those were flat fees in which any additional costs of the appeal, not the refund, the appeal, were billed to the applicant. And again, that's an option, but that has nothing to do with refunding of fees. That has to do with the cost, covering the costs of staff time.
Got it. Okay, because okay. All right. So anyway, because like say for Walnut Creek, when it says additional staff time billed to the project applicant, that's to the project applicant, not to the appellant, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is that it sounds to me, this is why I was really suggesting the workshop, because it sounds to me like there has to be some parameters that we really need to define out as to how that should proceed. But I think we've all stated that we agree that some form of refund should be in consideration. But I will leave it to the rest to decide what they think. You know, do you want to make that decision right now? Do you want to refine it with more thought and patience in a month or a month and a half when we have our workshop?
Well, yeah, I'm not ready to make the decision on a refund tonight. I think there's too many questions and we don't have the answers to. I do think there should be some additional study on this issue. I was originally going to be happy just waiting until we consider the next fee schedule, but sounds like we'll be able to maybe get some time in prior to that, maybe at a council goal setting session or something like that. But I do think we don't have all the information. We heard a couple calls for more data. And I agree. I think I'd love to see some kind of a spreadsheet of some additional information from the matrix study that kind of breaks down how all these numbers were arrived at. But I also think I'd like to see other options to take into consideration. Some of those have been discussed tonight. One in particular that I thought about was maybe even considering the proximity of an appellant to a particular project. I mean, for example, should somebody appealing a project that's right next door to them, that they're going to be directly impacted by some kind of a project, should they pay the same as somebody, and let's say that's in the city core area, should they pay the same amount as somebody out in Windermere? For example, that really is never going to see the impact. They just don't like the idea of it. So does proximity come into play here? Or what about, the size of the project? We've kind of heard there is already a little bit of difference in terms of some of the fees in some of these cities based on the application fee amount and things like that. And that 75% that Lafayette does and that sort of thing. But I'd like to see some options like that as well, or maybe the different applicant type. So I just don't, kind of what we got tonight was.
Sorry, Mayor, I'm hearing bad noise. Someone speaking in the crowd. Is it possible to ask them to please? It's disruptive. I'm trying to listen to the mayor.
I don't hear anything, sorry. But I often don't hear anything. So.
This side.
Okay. I turned my hearing aids
I'm
up.
sorry. I'm like
Down.
trying to listen to you and I'm like, it's like the sound is coming this way, but please proceed. I'm sorry.
Okay, is it stopped?
Right now, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, I do think I'd like to see it studied a little bit more. And I do think we probably ought to consider some modifications. We've heard enough public comment. We all have our own ideas on that there ought to be some modification. We're not able to quite put our finger on it right now. But I think I'd like to see the staff come back with some additional information and some additional options other than just, hey, council goal was secure financial base. The matrix study said this. stay the course, and review it at the next, user fee, period. Which brings up another question, I guess, and this might be a simple one, and that is, do we have built into this a CPI adjustment as well? So potentially we'll have an increase next year.
We have not been increasing the deposit because it's a deposit. So there's no need to increase the amount we collect as the deposit. The cost of salaries and the cost of labor does go up periodically with the adjustments. So, but again, the base amount we collect does not change currently, unless you decide you want to increase it.
Yeah.
Now, again, the question that we're going to come back with is ultimately going to be a question of how much cost recovery versus assistance to the public in filing an application. So those are going to be some of the choices that would end up in front of you.
Right. And that's a fair question, because we have stated we want, to the extent possible, full cost recovery for a lot of our fees within the city. However, we do subsidize some of those fees. I mean, it might be community center fees, or the sports field user fees and things like that. Some of those, but those are to encourage, get out there and use the fields and encourage use and things like that. So there's a different reason behind that, but we do have some, we don't do 100% full cost recovery on everything we do.
I understand. I'm just prepping the conversation so that it's a give and take, pros and cons.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Well, so we've got a recommendation. Councilmember Zwina talked about modifying the fee, talked about looking at, some kind of a flat fee dollar amount, or even looking at the 75% application fee, and maybe looking at some refund options. I think the refund option thing gets a little complicated. I hear what everybody's saying, but again, I go back to what does winning an appeal mean? And how do you define what's a win? And, if it's a clear yes, no, kind of just sort of a black and white, that might be clear. But what if it is a modification? Is that a win, or is that a loss? And do you get the refund, or, how do you quantify that for a refund? So I worry about that. I heard Councilmember Rubio mention bring it back into goal setting session sooner rather than later. We had the discussion on the potential for any kind of a change to the fee schedule prior to the annual update will require 2 public hearings, right? To do some kind of immediate change is not an immediate anything. And we're already into the goal setting session timeframe, or even into the annual renewal of the fee schedule. So, and then we heard comments also about the appeal and put some kind of modification. So I don't know that we've yet given clear guidance, however. So well, hold on. You want to go?
Yeah, just a question. Lauren, one question. If, as the mayor mentioned regarding appeals, if assuming, let's say, that the applicant, the appellant wins the appeal, let's say on an error or CEQA guideline or something that they found a nuance in the law, the applicant and they have to modify, do they remit a modified application, or they submit a new application? What's the process on that appeal?
It depends, kind of.
Yeah.
It's never a clear answer.
Sure.
Yeah, they could either if it was denied, they could reprocess. Typically, there's a waiting period in terms of whether it's denied with prejudice or without. But again, they could reprocess it. It also could be just kicked back for a modification. A lot of times, with court decisions, an error is discovered and they have to go back and reprocess to correct the error. So it's not to say that a project couldn't come back through the process, but it may not be immediate.
I see. So thank you.
Mayor, I just
Okay.
wanted to add to your comments, something that was also I mentioned earlier was about the retainer, which is similar to what Councilmember Joyner just mentioned. Just for the staff to think about that as we talk, we're trying to give direction and as to what we're looking for. The matrix study, definitely more information on that and how that was done. And we came to these numbers. I think Vice Mayor Veros also mentioned was a tier system, possibly looking at that and also addressing what if we, how and if we could address the situation if there was an applicant, an appellant who is experiencing financial hardship in meeting that, requirement, the deposit amount. I just want to make sure we got that included into the things we'd like to see come back. Yeah, and I think we talked, everybody's kind of agreed on the, the different options for the refunds as was mentioned.
So if I can get some clarification, additional data, we don't need a formal motion on what you need to see at the workshop or at future meetings. I would like to, if there's no other suggestions, try to summarize that and with some questions, if that's okay with the council at this point.
Yeah, I'll just make, one other comment though, that it's not like this is going to break the bank for the city. If we use the general fund to do, to cover whatever the difference is, the deposit, I think, is a fair way to do some cost recovery. But the amount of that cost recovery, I think, is what we're really talking about here. But whatever that cost recovery is, I do believe the city can make up the difference. And I'm not quick to spend measure in funds, but I'm just saying, I think we would find it for the right reason. We don't want to create a barrier, to, people, an intentional barrier, as some people have said, to processing appeals. I've never heard that discussion. And anytime we've discussed this, that we're trying to get people not to appeal. That might be what's the effect here of what we've done, but that's not been an intent.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd quantify that, but I would, framing the original matrix fee study decision and the data out of matrix, that came along during a time where we had significant budget shortfalls. 1 year, 8 million, the next year, 14, 15-ish, depending on how you look at it, maybe even up to 17. So we hadn't had a full fee study in many, many years, independent fee study. So the council elected to help with the budget to look at this fee study. And that was the goal at the time, is to recoup as many costs as we can, realizing that charges for actual services meant subsidizing out of the general fund. And at the time we were in a deep cut mode. Not to say that, again, to your point, Mayor, that Measure N, now we can spend. However, we are in a better financial situation now than we were when we initiated the matrix fee study. As we continue our work with our finances, we're getting a better and better grip on where we are now and where we will be in the future. So it's not a, I don't think anybody's suggesting a free for all in the budget, but at the same time, this potentially is not a major budget impact. There are other issues to consider, and that's under the purview of the council, about equity, about access. If people are going to use this to delay projects, that's all under your consideration. But summarizing where we were when the study was conducted and the council adopted it at the time and the goals, it is different now, and that's part of this process. Things change. And so it's brought up again for discussion when there is an issue. So
I just want to thank you, Steve. I want to make one comment, actually, what you alluded to and what the mayor alluded to, that, for the council, my fellow council members, this is a staff recommendation. So it's not like the staff is doing this out of charity either, right? So, it's not breaking the bank, as you said, Mayor. Oh, it's where, whether or not, what I'm trying to say is, like, if the staff spends time, whether it's 10 hours, 15 hours, or 20 hours, et cetera, whether the applicant pays for it, pays half of it, pays 100% of it, et cetera, the staff is going to be made whole. So it's not like this is actually going to go into staff's pockets. Having said that, understand the staff is making a recommendation based on our budget and based on making sure that we're spending responsibly, et cetera. So I completely understand that, but it's up to us to come up with a number. So whatever we ask staff, whether it's to come up with matrices, I mean, we could have 100 matrices reported to us. I just want to think for a moment here. What's the marginal difference if we have 5 matrices or 1? Like what difference would it make on this matrix? And this is not an argument. I'm just really trying to understand, if we do all these reports, I don't want to let this languish out into Q2, Q3 next year. I don't think that's fair. But so go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No.
I just wanted to make sure, you need a motion from us to bring it to the workshop for reconsideration?
So, no, I don't believe we need a motion for that. I wanted to try and summarize what information I'm hearing from the council. And if I get nodding heads across the board, bring that back, then that'll be clear enough direction. But really quick to Councilmember Joanot's point, staff works under the direction of council until we're told to do otherwise. So this has been implemented, by council direction. And now we're at an opportunity to switch that direction. So whatever the council directs, we will definitely implement. Going back to some of the items that I heard, looking into a potential hardship clause. If any other cities have a hardship clause, or if we can provide any data for a hardship clause. I heard looking at a tiered system, and I would ask for clarification on what that tiered system would be based on.
So it could be based on the, I would say, let's say there is a very basic, we can do 3 levels. Let's say, for example, there is a basic and then there is administrative, or the third one could be at the development of the property. Right? For example, let's say, how to come with some examples. So let's say, for example, the top tier will be something development happening, a huge development, a big development that is going.
Like a residential development over
residential,
X
yeah.
number of units.
X number of units, yes.
Okay.
And then let's say for something which is next door to my home, someone is trying to build this big, some crazy thing, and then the appellant want to, for that, it can be different.
Okay.
Right? So that 3-tier, I'm thinking about 3-tier system, but you can come with different other options.
Okay. Also, realizing that, I think we touched on it a little bit tonight, but this isn't just about residential developments. It could be a tenant improvement, commercial developments,
Yeah.
retail, which could also be, right. So making sure that we are efficient with businesses and things we can come up with something.
Sorry, Stephen, I wanted to ask Lauren, I apologize to cut you off because you brought up something very interesting. One question, which will bleed onto another one, but how many applications we have residential and commercial, what other applications that are submitted to the planning department?
Well, we're talking about different types of things. One is land use issues.
Land use, okay.
Which, can be different business types going in, and you get appeals on land uses being relocated, like a use permit. Well, I'll give you an example. There was an appeal of the Costco gas station filed by other gas stations. Competition was the issue.
Got it.
And they thought they used other arguments, but that was fundamentally the concern. So that's one, land use. There's residential appeals, one neighbor versus another in terms of a modification to a house or something like that. And then there's development applications for commercial projects. There's development applications for residential projects. Again, it's just any number of variations or combinations of those things. Typical development application might have 3 or 4 different types of applications, and each one of those things could be subject to a challenge in and of itself. But usually it's covered under an umbrella of a master development application. So
got it. And in general, and thank you, any applications related to county that won't go, I know obviously that won't go through the city, but are there sub applications that have to go through the city with approval from the county?
There could be, it wouldn't be subject to a challenge through us, but like health department permits for
Yeah.
restaurants and things go through the county.
County, okay, thank you.
But again, it's the land use that would trigger the issue. If it's a permitted use by right, which many more uses are based on the changes we made, those aren't subject to appeal because they're ministerial at that point.
Feel right, okay, thank you.
And I also heard, just to cap my recap there, that the mayor, you also mentioned the proximity of the applicant to the development and also the size of the project, which also plays into that tiered system.
Yeah, I think it's more the tiered system.
Okay, so we just want to make sure that we get enough direction so council, we meet your expectations when we come back and bring additional data. Is there anything else that I missed other than information on the matrix study? Because I heard a little bit more of a detailed breakdown of the matrix study.
Yes, I think that we also mentioned refund options and language around that about how we would decide who and how much. And also, as was mentioned by myself and council members Reinette, the retainer reduced some kind of reduced fee or percentage of a fee, which kind of ties into that tiered system, possibly, or we could just do it flat. If it's a flat fee, we have to see both ways of that.
Okay. The refund, would the council be okay taking that to policy so we can modify and work through it a bit on the policy committee before, hopefully, before the workshop. But again, depending on council availability, that might be January, that might be February. We're still trying to figure everything out.
I think if you can schedule that for policy, prior to the workshop, that'd probably clean up some of the messiness of instead of having to hash it out at the workshop.
The purpose of the council subcommittees is to help cut our teeth on something before taking it back to council. So, okay.
Yeah, one more last item is there are a lot of new technologies are coming.
Mhm.
So let's see if we can explore some of those technologies if we can use to leverage and reduce the cost.
All right.
We can.
So like
can report
nowadays,
out on that.
there are a lot of AI tools that's coming up nowadays. So if we, right now, let's say, for example, if we are spending our staff time, see here, the staff time is premium, right? So we don't like, that's where the expenses majority is. Like if there is an option where we can leverage some of this technology to reduce our staff time, that will help us.
We are developing an IT master plan. We are looking at AI, having an AI policy potentially. But the $330 and the tasks that Lauren described, it is what we're using right now to post staff reports and the posting of the clerks. I don't know how much we can automate that, but we'll look into whatever possibilities are out there.
Yeah. Anything that we can reduce the price.
Right. Yep. We're looking.
Thank you.
So that's the information that the council would like back. I didn't know, I also heard interest in something tonight, modifying the fee that then we would schedule 2 public hearings for. I don't know if we can get the first public hearing on the December council meeting, but it might be January for the first one, for something in between this decision, the additional information and another decision. Is that still?
I would say just go with the council workshop.
Yeah.
Yes.
schedule.
Okay.
Yeah, because
I wanted to make sure that was, all right.
Right.
I don't think we need any motion if it's bring back more information.
No, this is one of those where if staff has the direction and is clear on it and has the sufficient number of nodding heads, then we're okay to go forward.
Is it, one more thing, Stephen, sorry, is it able to provide information, Ms. Nurkam asked, and I think there was an email that came out for information regarding the matrix.
Yeah, we have the matrix study.
If you can, thank you.
I pulled it up prior.
Thank you.
We had the meeting, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
we can get that out.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so
Thank you.
just the final thing I would say is for between now and whenever any changes might be made, there's always the option for the call for review, to include for those with financial challenges. You can go get a council member to agree with you and bring it up. And then, but if you can't get any council member, then probably the odds of a successful appeal is probably not going to be great anyway. So but that option is always out there.
And they don't have to be in the respective district, right, Mayor? They could, any one of us. Okay, I just wanted validation for the public so they understand that could be anybody. Okay.
I would also add that not only do they not have to be in the district, but any potential appellant can approach all 5 council members if they so choose.
Yeah, it's not a Brown Act kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. So I think you've captured it as best you can.
Yep.
All right. And thank you very much for that discussion. Thank you for the public comment on that. More to follow on that topic. At this point, we are going to move on to where are we at? Item 10. City manager, and wait,
Oh, sorry, there is one other item,
what am I doing?
election of vice mayor.
Oh. No, I told you I'd skip you. You're right. We do have another item.
They're like, wait.
What's that? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. There's not really, this is item 9.3, election of Mayor Pro Tem for the city of San Ramon. Not really a full staff report on this item. It will just, does any of the council have any questions? We're going to open up for public comment and then we're going to discuss it. Any questions first about this topic? Okay, then I'm going to open up public comment. Any members of the public want to speak on this item about who the next vice mayor will be?
There are no speaker cards and no written public comment has been received.
Okay, all right. Yes, go ahead. Put a card in after.
This reminds me of the old days when the city council chose its own representative, the mayor, and on and on. So I would suggest you go by time and service. That's something you know about. And choose the person who's next in line and just go on down to do that. I think that's the best way of doing it. And usually the person that is next in line probably knows a lot more than the person who's a little further down the road.
All right, thank you. All right, so we is now before the council for discussion, and that is actually, I think, how we tried to do it in the past. Sometimes it gets complicated when there's an election and change out or appointments and things like that, so it's not always cut and dry, but that's generally the process that we use, is kind of who's next in line and time in the seat. But who would like to make a nomination, or
Can I move the motion?
sure.
Or,
Are we ready for that, everybody? Let's hear what it is.
okay, so I move the motion to appoint Councilmember Rubio as our next vice mayor.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second that.
Okay, let's throw it up on the board here. All right, we've got a motion for Councilmember Rubio as the next Mayor Pro Tempore, Pro Tem. And we motion is second. And any further discussion? All right. Well, congratulations. The next vice mayor for the city of San Ramon is Councilmember Rubio. So that should take effect at our next council meeting on December 9th. And it will run, because of the way our policy is, through January of 2027. So it'll be basically a full year plus a little bit, because of we do something in a even number year that's different than an odd number year based on election cycles and things like that.
Great. Give me next.
Yeah.
If oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So no, sorry, I said now I'm going to give my 30-minute speech about vice mayor.
You get your farewell sign to a way or
Back later.
No.
Yeah.
okay.
So, if I can make it just a comment really quick, just
Go ahead.
to say thank you to all of you, my fellow council members, the former vice mayors, Veros as well as Mayor Armstrong. I mean, I've just had the incredible pleasure of working with all of you and really in a very thoughtful, constructive capacity. And we've learned from each other in this process. And I'm just really looking forward to, serving you to the best of my ability and continuing to support our community and advocate for you. And just thank you for everything. Thank you to the staff as well for all of my immense list of questions all the time. But thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. All right, that's it.
Thank you. Do we play musical chairs next time too with who's sitting where? Is that?
Well, you could do it now if you want. No, it'll be next time. We'll have the nameplates.
Oh, and don't forget the name tag, right?
Right.
I'll just make a quick comment. Thanks, Council, for giving me the opportunity for 1 year as a vice mayor. I appreciate all your support. As mayor really didn't give me that much challenging work during my period because he was at pretty much every event, everything. He took care of most of the stuff. So thanks, Mayor, for all the support during this period. I appreciate it, and all the best, Vice Mayor-elect, or Vice Mayor nominated Rubio. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure working with you, Vice Mayor Veros, and look forward to working with you as well in your capacity as Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
All right, now we're going to move on to the item 10, which is city manager's comments and council member comments and matters initiated.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I do have 2 holiday updates and a few lighting updates as well. First, the city is participating in the Toys for Tots Holiday Toy Drive again this year. Donations of new unwrapped gifts for ages 0 to 18 can be dropped off during business hours at City Hall, the Community Center, the Senior Center, through Tuesday, December 16th. So I know it's only a few weeks, but traditionally we have a pretty good turnout where they've had to, bring in a couple U-Hauls to haul away the toys. So looking forward to a lot of participation this year. If you stop by the Rotunda, kids can also send a letter to the North Pole using the red mailbox, and you will receive a reply from Santa. Letters will be received by December 19th, so be sure to drop off those letters. And if you noticed walking in, our holiday trees are currently being decorated in the Rotunda. Many community groups participate in that, and they will be decorated shortly. The final 2 lighting with the lit trees, lighting updates. Tonight we turned on the new pencil lights. Those are the lights that lead from City Hall to the Community Center. Right now they're just regular white lights, but we can change colors on that to match City Hall. And also my next update, the bridge. Tomorrow night from 7 to 8 p.m. we will be testing our color patterns and the abilities of the bridge to light up. So there will be a little bit of a, I don't want to overhype this, but a little bit of a light show going on with different colors, different patterns. We need not only to show what we can do with the bridge and make sure that we get all the lighting schemes correct, but we're also going to be taking pictures for future award applications. I think I did mention at the last council meeting, we won an award statewide for the bridge, and we're expecting several others, hopefully. So hopefully that's not our only one, and we'll have some great glamour shots of the bridge. With that, that concludes my presentation for the evening.
All right, very good. So let's go through council member comments. Remember, we still have closed session to go to. So take that into consideration. Let me start down at this end.
Thank you, Mayor. And congrats, Vice Mayor-elect Rubio. I attended the Traffic Board meeting last week, very well attended. And, if I could give just some comment on Sustainability Committee, I think if there was anything that I would take away from the Traffic Committee meeting is just how well run it is and how much effect it has on our ridership with our students and how much it lessens traffic. And to me, that is the definition of sustainability. If we can make a difference and an impact now to our community. Well, that's it. And I want to wish everybody a very happy Thanksgiving and to all your families. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go down to Councilmember Adler.
Yeah, it was interesting about the lighting situation. I spoke to a city manager about that. I said, I've been going to these meetings and it's so dark coming from the west side of the community center. And he goes, hey, you see those poles? We just put those in. I go, wow. I mean, he read my mind and he was so quick. So I was very happy with that. My meetings, Sunday, November 16th, Dublin San Ramon Women's Club, in which Marisol Rubio was also there, was a fundraiser at the San Ramon Golf Club, and they had a silent auction, and they had some actor put on a play. So that was for a good cause. Enjoyed that. And also that same evening was also with the Vice Mayor Rose and the City Council Member Rubio. We went to the event for the San Ramon Cricket Association Awards event at the community center, and they focused on the adult cricket players, and it was a lot of trophies for good cause and some really good athletes who were deserving. So that was a good event. On Tuesday, November 18th, I attended the team council meeting at the community center. And there was a discussion of starting a city community service awards program, and the division manager, Brad Morris, had helped lead the discussion. And this award would be similar to the President's Volunteer Service Award, which has been unfortunately canceled by the current administration. But as of May 2025, there were 5,360 student volunteers. And the award would be by gold, silver, and bronze. And so this would be based on volunteer hours. So that's we want to start that. They're going to start a pilot program next year. And also they approved the 2025-2026 council ambassador appointments. And these are council ambassadors that it was created in 2016 to assist the teen council in building awareness throughout the schools. So kind of a mentoring program. Also on Thursday, November 20th, there was a Central Contra Costa Sanitation District Board meeting. There was an agreement with the Contra Costa County Flood Control and Water Conservation District to implement a joint Walnut Creek, Grayson Creek levee rehabilitation. So they're going to be spending money to buttress those levees. They'll raise them so that they can withstand like a very serious storm event. They're going to raise them about 3 feet, I believe. It's going to be about $13.8 million for that. There's also authorization to implement an electrical vehicle charging infrastructure for, these are for medium and heavy duty vehicles. On Friday, November 21st, I took a tour of the ACI, that's the Alameda County Industries Garbage Collection Service facility in San Leandro. I was invited by Guy Houston to look at that. I was very impressed with the way they sort so many different elements of garbage. And I also saw an example of they have humans working on the conveyor belt, but they also have implemented robots. And it's kind of an interesting, have a camera which will scope out what's coming down the line, and it'll send the signal to the robot to know what to look for and to pick off the assembly line. So that was very interesting. So that is about it. Thank you very much.
All right, very good. Councilmember Rubio.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, I did like 10 activities, so I'll keep it very brief. The summaries. Thursday, November 13th, myself and Vice Mayor Veros were in attendance for the Finance Committee meeting. We had an update on sort of what's been happening in the past year, where we're at, and bringing us up to date currently. And then on Friday, November 14th, myself and I'm not sure if there was another council member there or not. I attended the APAPA Tri-Valley Chapter 2025 Holiday Mixer. And then on Saturday, November 15th, I was invited by the Tri-Valley Model UN group, which is a group of young people from high schools in the Tri-Valley. They basically take on issues modeling essentially the UN and what they do, and they wanted me to deliver a speech for their conference at Doherty Valley High School Performance Arts. Some of these students were as young as grammar school, which was really impressive, but it was about 250 students there in attendance. And then on Saturday, November 15th, I attended the Convergence of Creativity Juried Art Reception and Awards with Vice Mayor Veros. That was impressive. There were young people playing incredible classical music there, and tons of awards. So many people just really submitted incredible pieces of art. I don't even know how they break this down, but they did a fabulous job. And then on Sunday, November 16th, as was mentioned, I attended the Dublin San Ramon Women's Club. It was a fundraiser for nonprofits in the area, including, as was mentioned earlier, Fostering Wishes. And Councilmember Adler and I both won our bids. So we got a few, items to take home with our bid there. Then on Sunday, November 16th, with Vice Mayor Veros and Councilmember Adler, I also attended the adult cricket ceremony here at the San Ramon Community Center. And then I jetted over to the youth cricket ceremony at the Pleasanton Senior Center. And then on Wednesday, November 19th, I attended the Contra Costa Hazardous Waste Materials meeting in Martinez, where I serve on their board as an alternate. And we went over priority bills for next year and talking about what are some of our important issues. And one of the things that I brought forward, and fortunately everybody it was to their liking and equal interest, talking about PFAS and PFOS, and how, and perhaps considering if we can push an initiative to get product, basically suppliers to put some kind of labeling to enable consumers to know, hey, are there PFAS and PFOS in the products that they're selling, to encourage people to be more conscientious in what they buy, what they use, so that these chemicals, these forever chemicals, are not going into our water system. It's a way of self-regulating without regulating, per se. So, and then on Thursday, November 20th, I attended the County Connection Triple CTA meeting. I would just say the key things, main highlights outside our normal agenda items was just basically that Carrie Ellis stepped down from the LAFTA Paratransit Ad Hoc Committee and was replaced by Tim Farley, and also electric buses. The Exalt is exiting the North American market, and American Battery System has taken over. And then on Friday, November 21st, I attended with, oh my goodness, I'm trying to remember, the holiday tree lighting ceremony at City Center Bishop Ranch with the mayor, and I missed Vice Mayor Veros. Sorry, I didn't see you. I'm sorry to have missed you, but it was a great event, and we had good weather this year, which was a blessing. So thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Veros.
Okay, so already a couple of items covered. Cricket is covered, then juried award of our arts is covered. Awesome, great work by our arts and advisory committee, as well as the staff. It's a great program. And then November 20th, I attended MCE board meeting. There are two key important ones. One is about the budget pro forma, MC lost around $200 million last year. So this is a lesson to learn. Basically, they bought some of the energy during the peak months in August and October. That's when the like around $200 million were lost. So last year, the reason they're saying that because the heat wave and all that, so that ended up buying those high costs. But now it just dropped down. So at this point, this year it looks better, but still 200 million is a big dent for $750 million organization. So, and then another important item in that is about what is this one? One more item that is important one, which was very contentious. So that was okay. Yeah. So placement of finance functions for the board engagement. So they wanted to create a separate board for finance committee, and then the two groups, Contra Costa, East Bay, they voted no additional committee, but then the other side of the Marine, they all voted for going for the new committee. So there will be new finance committee in MCE. So those are the two important agenda items. And then this coming Thursday, as Ramesh already updated, Youth National Thanksgiving Tournament is going on within our Tri-Valley. So when you get a chance, please visit those tournaments. It's amazing that 400 plus kids are playing this. And the San Ramon Cricket Association youth is, few of them are champions in that area. They are defending champions. So go and congratulate them when you get a chance. And wish you all happy Thanksgiving.
All right, for me, last Tuesday, I was asked to participate in the State of the East Bay. So it was myself, the mayor of Walnut Creek, and I was supposed to be the mayor of Oakland, but it ended up being the Economic Development and Workforce Director for Oakland. It was a moderated event. I presented on San Ramon and talked about our vision for building out the city core, some of the changes coming up in terms of development and Chevron and other economic development things. On Wednesday last week, I attended the CCTA board meeting. Basically got an overview of the current status of the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's Plan Bay Area 2050 plus. Also got an update on the 2025 Measure J strategic plan. That's that half-cent sales tax that was approved back in 2009. That's going to be coming up for renewal in 2034. And then we also selected a consultant group to advise on the new transportation expenditure plan that the CCTA is working on. Also had a kind of a workshop with them the following day. We talked about the community-wide transportation plan and the transportation expenditure plan a little bit more. On Friday the 21st, I attended the Citizens Core Council Policy Advisory Committee meeting. This is representatives from the school district, the county, the fire district, San Ramon, and Danville. We talk about emergency planning types of things. There is a sheltering exercise that is currently being planned. We'll have more details on that around the February timeframe. And just for a heads up for fellow council members, there's also at some point soon, don't know when, but there'll be some training at the EOC for electeds about emergency management, things to do during an emergency timeframe. As Councilmember Rubio mentioned, last Friday night was the holiday tree lighting. Good music, good time, a lot of people, Santa, the whole bit, a lot of fun. And then Sunday night, I attended the San Ramon Football Club and this playing against the San Francisco Olympic Club. And this is the first time ever that the San Ramon Football Club has qualified for the U.S. Open Cup. So they're now one of 16 qualifying amateur teams from a field of 145. They're going to start playing against professionals as well. Either next game probably against the Oakland Roots or the San Jose Earthquakes. But there were hundreds of community members that came out. It was over at Tiffany Roberts Sports Park. Great game. little chilly, really foggy, but it was a lot of fun. And it was great to see, San Ramon, the men's team win. So looking forward to whenever that next game is for them. And with that, we're going to start moving towards closed session. It's item 11.1. This is about the city manager performance review. We did receive public comment on this agenda item. Is there any speaker card? I'm going to open up public comment. Any other speaker cards?
There are no speaker cards.
Okay, so I'll close public comment. And then we will recess for now, go conduct that performance evaluation, and then we will come back and give a brief out. But for those who aren't going to be here, happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.